Hi, chat.
Jesus. Hi, chat. Sorry, a bomb just went off.
We are here. Yet again.
We are.
Yeah.
That's where we belong.
It's like, I had to double check. I was like, I did update the overlay, right? I did. I did update my
Fix my
typo.
classes and everything.
Yeah.
Vulcan. I will maybe remember your name this time.
Is that a dog?
Pizza.
You just call him,
my sister Beth.
just call him Dilfcow. He won't know what it means. Oh.
Yes, that was a dog. She wants outside.
Bork.
Because my parents are shaving the other dog.
Oh.
Nakey.
Yeah.
Where's
And like she's in the way.
Where's the
like-
theater of the mind screen and just avoid?
It's not there. It's there for me.
no.
It's not there, bros.
Let me open it again.
Miso also just tried to climb out of her enclosure, which she can't do, and just flopped.
Oh, Miso, no.
Yeah. That's
I
her
wake
favorite
up-
activity.
I wake up to hearing her do that in the night
We open
sometimes.
a different map first.
I'm like, can you stop, idiot? And he doesn't.
is there anything?
The map
there?
loaded on one of my screens.
Yeah,
Mm.
I see
Okay,
it on
so-
mine. I don't see it on.
Let me refresh.
Mm. Bring back the.
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Now it's gone on both of my screens.
Yeah.
You can't spell villain without Vulcan and some other letters.
Yeah.
You can't spell villain without several letters from my name.
Got him.
You've all got a little bit of the letters. You're missing an I, or you'd be able to spell it. You got the L's from Nell. You got a V from Vulcan. A's from Tafris. No I.
Maybe try.
No
maybe
I.
try
There is
switching
no
it to
I in
something
villain.
else and switching it back.
Yeah, I opened up the Arashi Oi map.
There is no I in Velen if you spell it with
There's
E's.
not.
Velens.
Let's just open a new tab of Owlbear.
Dog.
Yeah, I mean, I can always like reopen the entire Owlbear lobby if that would work.
Firefox.
Let me just do
Dog.
this real quick.
Remember when we released the dog and then Costa Capen? That was fun.
I enjoyed that.
Before I leak the join code, give me a
Dog.
sec.
Everybody, come play D&D with us.
Where is it?
Wait, so we're making it what?
No.
I think Gamma
I'm just
was
gonna rejoin.
try
on-
rejoining, and if
yeah.
that doesn't work, I'll make a whole new one.
I can see the AUG.
Odd moment.
Why can't I turn up the volume? Or AUG. Our dog that rightfully does not trust us.
But now I have to.
Villain. I love that.
Now I have to leave on the other one and rejoin because I didn't get any volume, no music. Oh wait, I just started my own. God damn it.
I believe in you. We got this.
Owlbear.
Also, if I ever die during session, it looks like we have severe storms coming this way.
Oh
So,
boy.
Oh no.
yeah. That's.
Keep us updated. Please don't die.
Yes,
No, I'll
please
try not
say.
to. I'm gonna fight it.
Okay, we're good.
This is like every other Tuesday. So.
There's now green yin on screen.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna put it back on the theater of the mind.
I demand.
I've had this session mostly planned for like 3 weeks. I don't know why I'm like anxious about it, but I am. More than usual.
I've had the combat and the session running tomorrow prepared for like a month, and I'm still worried we're running out, so don't worry.
Love. We love over preparing.
I'm a vibe check.
Ooh,
Go for
vibe
it.
check.
I'm gonna counter your vibe check, unless I
Okay.
do worse, which I have been recently, so.
I.
gave it to you.
What number? Oh, that's a 5. Yeah, I got a 5.
What number is that? I got a 7 as a DM vibe check, so.
9.
Okay. So I
So
just have to
average
get a
of 8.
high number to pull us up.
Yeah, right now you have an average of 8.
I got a 16.
Hey.
so-
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Nice.
We got this.
Winning. We did it. We won D&D. We beat Critty.
Wow.
I had to explain so many times to my mother. It's not like she was like, "Did you win?" I'm like, "No."
Are you winning, son?
No. I mean, yes, but like also no.
We're always winning.
You don't win until the end.
My characters died. Are you winning?
Are you winning? Yes, but I'm sad.
Okay, I've got my character sheet open. I think I'm good and ready.
Are you ready?
Are you ready? Are you ready?
I always forget just how old Vulcan is. He's 75. I always keep thinking he's in his 40s.
That's how old my kitsune was in the one shot we did.
Gamma makes his character older and then forgets because he just defaults to doing it every time.
True.
Honestly.
Old beef.
He is old beef.
Oh no.
But yes, I'm good and ready whenever everyone else is.
I'm pretty sure all my character ages just change throughout the campaign because I don't know how time works.
Yeah, pretty much.
Getting a phone call. 1 sec.
Most of my characters are around 20 to 30 something.
Yeah, in there.
Yeah, usually I kind of arbitrarily pick people's ages. Obviously with Khalil I did not. I was very specific about Khalil's age for many reasons, but usually I'm just like arbitrarily, early adulthood for that race.
Yeah, pretty much same. And even if like they're not, it's Lyre's 17, but also for Naokoka, he's been an adult for 7 years, so
I also don't know what that means and can't do math. So I'm just like, this is how they are in human years for my human brain.
A lot of resources will say like when that race reaches like maturity, which is basically like 18 or 21 for a person, like a human. There. So
okay,
human person.
I have to put Bishop stuff in the dryer. Then I'm ready. So I'll be
you're good.
1 second.
No rush.
How dare you!
I should draw a proper portrait of Madame Oreos for the recaps, but maybe someday.
I'll kill Madame Oreos for what you did to Jarsali.
Good luck.
That's permission.
I don't need luck if I'm too stubborn to lose.
I'm the Dwarf of God and enemy of my side. We don't have the power of God on our side.
No.
No, we can.
Technically, you have the power of like 2 gods on your side. It's just not necessarily the best ones to call on.
Hey, Dad. How do you feel about?
Okay, JK again. It still has 4 minutes on it. I'll just check it after the recap.
Okay. Thriving. While you were gone, Mako made plans to fight Oreos. So.
Yeah.
Good luck with that, guys. Have fun.
It's happening.
Yeah.
You can try it in either campaign. I will not stop you.
Let's do it.
I mean,
first find a way to get into contact with her. Then find a way to get her to actually come to the mortal plane, or go to her plane, which, has its own branching path of what could happen if you go up there.
We could fight a god.
And then actually fight her.
I think we could.
Yeah.
I didn't say we could win, but we could fight a god.
Yeah, I mean, we could do it.
I think it would be better to do it in Black Horizon, because we're all more ride or die. We're like, in this one, we're kind of like, well.
Also, Black Horizon.
You guys
Black
have no
Horizon
motivation to fight her in this one.
Black Horizon, we're like, we also have, again, not the best ones to call them, but we have 2 gods, on our side, more or less. Would they be down with fighting Oreos? Probably not.
No, but would they be able to beat Oreos?
Okay, but with our help, by our help, I mean the 0 help we can give to them.
Oh my god, the gods are fighting, gang, let's go help!
Yeah. Okay, if all of us combine our power, we can equal like 1/10 of a god.
You did see 2 gods literally throw hands in a living room not too long ago.
Yeah.
So maybe that experience
taking
can help
inspiration.
You. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Don't worry about magic or fancy techniques or anything like that. Just straight up punch them in the face and they'll shatter like glass.
Exactly.
It's
That's
canon.
their weakness.
Yeah.
Because no one's gonna try it.
The audacity of punching a god in the face. Love it.
But yes, I am good to go. I'll just put the stuff in a few.
Yeah, you're good. The Oreos are double stuffed.
Double stuffed Oreos.
She was originally named Oreas, like with an A, and then I kept typing Oreos with an O, like all over the place, so I just changed it, and now I realize it very much sounds like the cookie, but it's fine. Okay, shake it off. Recap time. Yep.
You got it.
They had so much potential for chaos last time. I'm a little disappointed, to be honest. I'm waiting to see the turning point to when they actually start making history. You all see Oreos. She kind of sighs, shutting the tome she'd been reading and sliding it off her desk and onto one of kind of an animated table that kind of walks up to her on its little legs, and she puts the book on top of it and it scurries off. She stands for a moment, kind of stretching and pulling a newly poured cup of tea kind of out of the air, and waltzes off to one of the several large bookshelves around her, and she plucks another volume of Infamy of Eulia off of the bookshelf and cracks it open, beginning to read it as she returns to her desk and puts it down, sipping on the tea and crossing her legs over each other. Last time, the party finally recovered from their cave-in, Tafris taking some time to himself while the rest of the party began to leave for the capital. As they begin to leave the cave, they are approached by Decasia, the summer orc, wearing a peacock-themed clothing with a large gash along her cheek that seemed to never be healing but not either festering. She introduced herself and walked the party back to the heart of the cave, offering them a deal. The progenitor of decay, as she introduced herself, proposed to help them make it to Saisho, the capital city, quickly in exchange for help finding her new zealot, Arubet, and returning him to her. The party agreed, seeing no real reason to oppose the convenient travel. Quickly following, Decasia spoke of one of the two large skeletons, Pa specifically. The giant skeleton moved to the center of the room, pulling open its rib cage and inviting the party inside, while Decasia made her way to talk with V. The party crowded inside and gave a knock when ready. Pa buried into the ground, moving with a fast pace, almost like swimming through the dirt. During the underground journey, the party was racing slightly against a clock inside of Pa, watching the protective force field weaken over time until a small tear opened, dumping dirt and debris into the space. Most of the party was unscathed by this little shower of debris, but Romulus was hit in the head with a rock. He was fine, sadly, but unconscious for a few hours. The party waited in the sewer below Saisho while Romulus and Pa both recovered. During this time, Nell and Guaya took the opportunity to ask the cleaners about the general layout of the city, where they could look for a gift for Pa and Ma. After Romulus woke up, the party left Pa to rest in the sewers while they climbed to the surface of the city into the outermost region, the Tetsu district. A bit of wandering and investigation later, and the party had learned the general map of the town and the best places to look for gifts. Heading further into town, the party made their way to the Chinatsu district, the commoners' quarters of sorts, where they overheard and were led to the morbid display of a mouse-like Dacian strung up on a cross by metal rods and spikes that were impaled and then twisted around the crosspost. They brought him down, kind of mutilating his body in the process, not caring where they learned, he wasn't dead, and was in fact not a corpse. They spoke with the Dacian, who revealed himself to be Arubet, the follower of Decasia, who attempted to leave the party before her name was mentioned. He agreed to meet them at the inn while they shopped for the gift and returned to Decasia willingly. Next, they ventured into the museum up in the Tengoku district, thinking there may be something valuable or unique to take, totally with permission, but then decided it was too risky and hard to move any of the artifacts in there. On their way out of the museum, Romulus spotted one of his airships making port to the eastern side of the Tengoku district. He was called by one of his people, a minotaur named Vulcan, who explained that someone named Pa had asked for Romulus, and that Vulcan would be stepping in for the king. Romulus parted ways with the party after passing along a few things to Vulcan, and said Minotaur introduced himself to the remaining companions, aside from Tafris, who was still back in V's cave. Giving up on a gift from the museum, Nell told Vulcan about a skeleton that they needed to pick up, starting a string of lighthearted deceit within the party, But Vulcan did not contest and simply followed the party towards the inn. There, they spoke with the innkeeper to see if Arubet had gotten a room recently. They waited around, being offered drinks and a seat while they wait to see if Arubet would reply to the letter sent up to him. They also learned from her that the town was soon going to have a festival in a few days, and if they were interested in sightseeing there, that would be a great time to perhaps do so. Having waited almost half an hour, the party went to investigate Arubet's room and found him missing. With an irritation, the party returned to the Tetsu district to find bracelets for Ma and Pa, as well as to seek out Arubet. After scanning the area in the various shops, the party eventually made their way to a Damascus ironworks stall, buying elegant worked yet sturdy bracelets for Pa and Ma. Just as the purchase finished, they heard panic and the squawking of birds, looking towards the east to see a giant eagle flying off with a small white creature clutched in its talons. Giving chase, they ended up collecting Arubet forcefully as he peeled himself off of the ground when the eagle had dropped him. After completing their 2 objectives, the party returned to the sewers, and Pa took them back to the cave, where V and Decasia awaited them while having small conversation. Decasia quickly thanked them, half scolding, half welcoming Arubet back to her side and leaving the cave shortly after. The party was left in the safe confines of the cave, waiting for Tafros to join back with them and decide where to head next. And that's where we pick up.
Yeah.
So you guys are chilling in the cave. Anything you guys are up to at the moment?
So what time of day is it?
Considering everything, it was about 10 hours to and from. I'd say it's probably very early morning, like 4 a.m.-ish.
Okay. And we
4 a.m.
We didn't rest or anything, did we?
I believe you guys kind of like started a rest when you got back, but you have not completed anything recently, no.
Okay. I guess Vulcan's gonna sleep. He'll curl up against kind of lean against a wall and take a little nap until people wake him up.
Okay.
Nell is going to first go find V.
Okay, yeah, it was pretty easy. She kind of wandered off for a little bit, right after you guys got back, while Decasia kind of, thanked you for your help and sent you off. So, she eventually comes back into this kind of like main chamber that, you guys are all hanging out with, and she has this little sack kind of thrown over her shoulder. Just kind of walks in and waves hello to everybody.
Yeah, and now we'll just hand over the bracelets we got.
Oh, wow. They're so pretty. Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope they enjoy them.
Yeah, they probably will. They'll probably wear them on, like, your finger, but still really pretty. Thank you. I'll make sure to wrap them up as well as I can and give them to them on their anniversary. And speaking of gifts, Lady Decasia left these behind us. Thanks for your guys' help. She didn't want to stay too long because she had to do something with Arubet. I don't know. But you guys are. I'm just gonna leave them here. So that way, if, one of you takes everything, I'm not guilty. So she kind of just pulls the sack off and drops it on the floor and kind of steps a few feet away.
Rummage.
All right. So despite the size of the sack, which, due to V's, small childlike form, maybe seemed bigger at first, there's not too terribly much inside of it. There is a smaller sack that's kind of tied with a red silk ribbon, and kind of, not quite jingling, but you hear like the clacking of stone inside. And then individually wrapped in kind of like this old tattered linen that there's, a couple oil stains on and stuff like that, are these 3, probably about a good, 5 or 6 inch long talons, which can be used as crafting components. They are talons of metamorphic striders, which are like these large land birds.
Nice. Now we'll go ahead and open up the little pouch as well.
Inside is roughly 40 cheriks.
Cool.
Yeah. that there.
Yeah, no,
and...
just kind of leave it.
Cool. And it's probably best to wait for your Dragonborn friend to wake up, but I got a letter for you from Philgreed. If you were interested.
Very.
Cool. Let me know when he gets here, and I'll pass it along.
All right.
I mean, considering that, like, he has been in here longer than anyone else, he's probably rested enough to not be asleep right now. So,
Yeah, I just didn't know if Tafris would have remained or gone back into the main chamber, or if he would have kind of stayed in his quote-unquote room.
It probably would have stayed in his room, but I mean, by this point, we're probably, deigned to show himself.
Yeah.
Let me find it. How do I lose the only voice I have on the soundboard?
I eated it.
Fuck.
I took it. It's mine.
Yummy.
Yeah, also, sorry, chat. Tafris is a different voice now.
He hit puberty. That's why he was sleeping.
Because I can't do a deeper voice naturally, and he's supposed to have one. So, sorry about that.
Trust me, I feel you.
Yeah. Sucks. It also sucks having the, I'm doing it with my wrist. You can't see it, but I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Diagnosed with
breaks your fucking wrist.
He kind of.
Oh my god, is he a little bit?
Accidentally opened my sticky notes.
A little bit, I mean, yeah,
just a little.
But like,
me too.
All my characters are okay.
Is he?
Wait, not like that.
Slay! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Stop! You're killing me! Literally, you're killing me! Ow! It hurts! Stop it!
Oh my god! My spine!
Oh my god! Ow! I'm on fire! You cast firebolts on me!
Anything? I think you might have paralyzed me. Oh my god!
Oh! Oh my god!
Hey,
stop! Literally, please stop! Yeah! If you don't let me kill you, you're homophobic.
That's how you get Oreos.
That's what we do. Oh my god, are you gonna be like homophobic right now?
Yeah, what the fuck, dude?
Yes, I will. Kills you.
Cancels Oreos on Twitter.
Honestly.
I should also mention...
Hashtag Oreos is over party.
I heard all the other deities stop talking to Oreos after she committed a hate crime.
She did.
Sorry, Gamma, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say, I should mention that Vulcan is snoring very loudly.
There's definitely a little bit of a rattle to the cave walls, and there's a
little
bit of a moment where you see Monpaw kind of cautiously just scanning before they settle back down.
Yeah, Tafros will, come on out. He looks like Tafros, so, make of that what you will. But it doesn't look too awful. Yeah.
Just gruntled enough to still be incredibly hot. I mean, what?
Huh?
Emmy.
I mean, like, physically, but not personalities.
No.
Anyway.
But yeah.
I was about to speak. I was gonna do that, and I forgot.
Yeah, go for it.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Cat's eating again. Oh my god.
Sorry about that. I was busy.
Oh, I could tell.
Hope I didn't miss too much. What's that?
First
of all,
died.
Oh no. Anyway, what is that? What is that God's forsaken noise?
Romulus's corpse?
Rumbling?
No, it's the new guy.
There's a new guy?
Mm-hmm.
Who is he?
Your new best friend.
Unlikely. Who's this Joker?
Vulcan, I think. Yes, that one.
You think?
Could be.
Not bother to learn his name?
No.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
What's your name again?
You see V walks over while you guys are talking and just puts both her fingers, her pointer fingers, into Vulcan's nostrils and uses her thumbs to shut the mouth, effectively suffocating him.
You're doing great, V.
Tapper's watches with great interest.
She probably has slobber and snot all over her hands.
Oh, definitely not the grossest thing she's come into contact with. She seems unfazed.
You know, you probably shouldn't choke him to death, as funny as it would be. We are down a person, after all.
I think you're down too. You guys didn't see your vampire friend kind of walked off.
They just kind of do that. They'll be back.
They could be watching us right now. We wouldn't know it.
We didn't even meet them until a day after we all met each other. And they were there the entire time.
Well, now that you're here, you hear through this disgusting, like, sloppy suck noise as she pulls her fingers out. Wake up, Vulcan!
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. Nice to meet you. You guys have a mission from Philgreed if you want it.
Yeah.
Hey, Misha.
Whatever, just hand it here.
What my baby doing?
I don't know. I didn't open it. It's not addressed to me.
Tapper's will take...
She holds it out for you. You probably snatch it, you know.
Yeah, probably.
You're so cool, you bully kids.
I do, yes.
And I don't...
This is like taking candy from a baby, which is fine.
I don't have, like, a typed up version or anything like I usually do for letters. But it basically, you know, it's a lot of like, how are you guys? I know it's only been like 3 days. But she basically asks you guys to head southwards, kind of southeast, which I will actually pull up the map, and there's not like a thing on the map for it, but she wants you to go to the shore of the Telemar Ocean, and the Telemar Ocean is this big old globby area over here.
So here or here?
It's here. It's like this whole
this whole thing.
Right
okay,
yes.
Got it.
And then it goes offwards a little bit.
There, got it.
Yeah. So she wants you guys to go to like this area, specifically to a town called Bestier and the Bestier Aquarium, which is on this kind of peninsula. It's like inverted Italy, right there.
I figure out how to crush the water again.
I'm gonna steal a shark.
Do we still have those like? No, but the problem is the rafts have like the matching runes, so it doesn't matter, right? Or does it just work on its own? I don't remember how the fucking tokens worked.
They just propulse. You attach them to stuff and they push it through.
Okay, then we just need to find a raft, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much anything that floats that you can keep your legs out of the water with, or
Vulcan.
You guys, go ahead and make me history checks if you want.
Oh, history.
Oh my god, finally, a character I have that's good at the history skill.
It is probably a higher DC because none of you guys are from
14.
Arashi Uai.
I got an 18.
Okay.
Which, honestly, this 14 surprising considering I have a +0. Let's go.
I got a 6.
Okay, so Tapris, you would know a little bit, especially kind of, maybe some of it's a little bit of natural intuition due to your connection to lightning / thunder as well. But the town of Bestier actually, due to both its proximity to the coast and its aquarium and everything, it has not the best, but pretty good insulation technology and magics that have basically this whole channel here does not have the lightning charge, or at least not nearly as strong as everywhere else. So the danger of crossing from like right here to right here is not nearly as intense as other locations. So, you know, that's just a little something to keep in mind.
So we can use Vulcan.
No comment. But then the letter continues that she wants you to go to Bestier and to the Bestier Aquarium because they are about to launch an exploration with the aquarium is teaming up with the Honetachi, the bone people, to do kind of not really like an expedition because they're not really discovering anything new, but just a very rare occurrence where they're taking basically a couple well-skilled volunteers who can kind of take care of themselves in case of an emergency, down to go meet one of the sacred beasts that is currently in like a hibernation slumber at the moment following the war era. It is basically recovering. It has no signs of waking. It's basically like a dormant volcano where like people are keeping an eye on it, but it shows no risk of activity at all. And she further explains that the sacred beast is chasing off a lot of the wildlife that she has yet to collect from there, and so she wants you guys to go and kill it, so that she can resume her collecting. So that is basically what she is asking you to do.
So is this do you know where? Like, I know an expedition. Do we know an expedition to where? I presume is it underwater? I don't know.
It is deep. It is deep in the Telemar depths, which is deep in the ocean off the coast. Not necessarily detailed in the letter, but kind of just assumed by the fact that this is organized between, the people who work at the aquarium who kind of professionally go and gather sea creatures and rescue sea creatures and stuff like that, along with the Honetachi who are closely related to the sacred beasts. It is pretty safe to assume that there is going to be some kind of provided transportation to safely get you to there.
Right.
It's basically just like, if you're brave enough to try to journey with us, you get the privilege of witnessing a sacred beast. Is kind of the event going on with the aquarium, and so Filgreed is using that opportunity to have you guys go and do this other thing.
Nice.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So,
what do they think we are, divers? Well, if we get to kill a sacred beast, whatever.
I can swim quite well.
Good for you.
Can
you fight underwater?
I suppose.
It's a lot harder than fighting on the land.
True. But I can fight with my mind.
You throw your brain at people?
No, not really.
I've done that before.
Huh?
You have?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't sound like a very effective weapon.
I wish I could.
No, but it scared him off.
It sounds pretty terrifying.
Mm-hmm. Pretty aggressive learning curve, when you first die and come back and deal with all that stuff. Anyway, so are you guys heading out soon?
Are we?
Maybe when it gets
when
it gets a bit lighter out.
Well, like, within the next couple of days.
Yes.
Cool. I think these were meant for you, but I don't really remember, and I don't want to take care of them, so I'm giving them to you anyway. Lady Decacia left them behind, and she kind of disappears down the cave again and comes back. And trailing behind her is 4 of them. Obviously, you guys will only need 3 unless you want to take more. But these large, they're basically like super muscular ostriches. These are metamorphic striders. They are striders that have grown to be protected from the environment of Arashi-oi, hence giving them their name. And they're pretty big. They're like the size of a riding horse, basically. And she kind of leads them in on these ropes. They're pretty tame. They kind of squawk at each other. They have the kind of hooked carnivore beaks rather than, ostrich beak, but they are flightless, and they kind of scuttle over to you guys. They're pretty strong from what I know, so shouldn't have any trouble carrying either of you two. Kind of points to Tafris and Vulcan. Just keep them watered, and it should cut your travel time in half wherever you're going. They're pretty fast.
I'm sorry, when did we get these?
Decacia brought them, and I don't know if she just forgot them or if she meant to give them to you, but I don't want them, so...
Who the fuck is Decacia?
Oh, you were asleep.
It was.
She's my creator. You know, she's pretty cool and strong.
She's
she gave you that stuff, and she kind of points to the bag sitting on the floor over there. She gave you that stuff for going to the capital.
She's the one who took the skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, in a way, she's kind of a skeleton.
No, the skeleton was with her. The small one.
Do you guys want the? Do you want the Striders or not?
We'll take the Striders.
Okay, here you go.
The birds are going to be our transportation.
If you want them.
And it can carry me.
He looks a bit skeptical, but he will attempt to climb on one.
You climb on one, and you start getting on, and you think for a moment it's buckled under your weight, but you see that it's actually dipped itself down to make it easier for you to climb up, and then it kind of rises back to its full height and shimmies a little bit to get comfortable to your weight, but it seems to be holding you fine.
Oh, strong bird.
Kind of squawks and has this little prideful ruffle to its feathers.
Cool. Then it's settled then, I suppose.
Go ahead while you're on this bird and make me a perception check, please.
Sure. That's a nat 20 for a total of 25.
Okay, cool. Yeah, especially after, climbing on this bird, you're able to, touch it and pet it or however you want to examine it as you're on it. But getting a closer look at it now that you're on top of it, and especially with a nat 20, and kind of taking in all the details that, you weren't really concerned with before, you can see that the eyes, which would normally be like this deep black... would be like this deep black color, are kind of this dark brownish red, and it seems like pieces of the beak have chipped off. The feathers are really greasy and oily, and there seems to be some spots where they've molted off. It seems like these might not be the most entirely natural land striders that have ever been, and that might be part of what is giving them such impressive strength. But yeah, with that high perception check, they are undead creatures.
Hell yeah.
They've been amplified with necrotic magic to make them significantly stronger.
Ah, interesting. They are undead.
Aren't we all?
No.
I'm
You're
very
dead?
much alive, thank you.
I'm undead.
Oh, speaking of which, you must be the angry one they spoke of.
Yes, I suppose that is an accurate descriptor.
Well, nice to meet you. I'm Volkan Vanderhoff.
Tavros. Suppose you're more tolerable than that rat.
The rat man is strange.
He was getting on my
Can't believe
nerves.
she died.
If only.
But he is responsible for me earning some jerrick, so I can't complain too much. I need as much as I can get.
There's some right there. Points it back.
I'll walk over to the bag and look inside.
Yeah, you see 3 of these incredibly large talons, which, especially now after you've seen the creatures, you can tell might have been theirs, or at least similar species. Seem to be in much better condition than the birds themselves. Perhaps, taken from when they were alive or from another one that's not present. And the 40 Cherriks.
So, are we sharing these, or what's the deal?
It's up to you guys. I've done my part. I made the delivery.
And she gave us these for going to the capital, yes?
I mean, technically, the other guys, you came back, but you didn't really... Yeah, she gave them.
I mean, I did catch the skeleton. I was the one to grab him.
Okay.
I have no use for the Cherix.
Why don't we just put it in a party fund?
The what?
Huh?
Why don't we just put it in the party fund channel on the Discord server? You know, the one that we're voicing.
Looks directly into camera.
Yeah, we can put it in the party fund.
Yeah.
Also, real quick before we continue, I gotta go check the wash now. I'll
Yep,
just
go
be
for
at
it.
one moment.
Eat.
The washing.
Warsh. My
Warsh.
grandparents and my dance teacher all talk like that. They have that R that goes on the end of a lot of random syllables.
Borf.
Borf, 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 borf. So yeah, you guys are going here. X march spot on the map.
Easy peasy. I'm sure nothing bad will happen.
Nothing bad ever happens to the villains.
Yeah, you guys are... Shit. I didn't mean to draw that.
Nothing bad ever happened to the Kennedys.
Excuse me. So sports, am I right? Where they do the ball thing?
Sports ball.
Sports
Sports
ball.
ball.
Yeah, sports ball, sports ball, sports ball, sports ball.
What about sports ball?
I was
Sports
just trying
ball.
to fill the
Sports
silence, so I
ball.
said, what about sports?
Oh,
How them sports do?
Would you rather play sports ball, sports stick, or sports disc?
I'm gonna do
Dick.
sports hand. Slap.
Not allowed. Not real.
No! But yeah, so kind of dividing / party funding the stuff. You guys take a look at the map and the rough location, kind of depicted by a little sketch by Phil Greed in the letter. And normally it would take about, from crossing rivers and all that stuff, it would take about 5 to 6 days, but because you have these striders, it'll take you, 2 to 3 days, depending on quote-unquote weather, mechanically, rolls, but,
Swear to God, if we get struck by lightning again.
Immediately get struck by lightning again.
Don't taunt the gods.
That's my
I don't
only
have
job.
to taunt them, it'll happen anyway.
That's not even the gods doing that, that's just the natural energy. But yeah, you guys, V does explain that a little bit of safe for living consumption food has been whipped up for them if they would like it before they leave. If not, they are free to go whenever. Obviously, it's probably about 5 a.m. at this point, so if you guys wanted to wait till later in the day, you were free to do so.
You guys still need a long rest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll wait then.
Okay.
Spells
Did you
once.
guys want to go ahead and just time skip to the next morning, or do you want to head out at night, like this day's night?
Yeah, we can time skip till next morning. Probably
Yeah.
best to travel in
Yeah.
the day.
Okay. Sounds
Well,
good.
We'll eat.
Nom nom.
Eated.
yeah.
I eat it at all.
It's all right. It was prepared by a child who's probably never really cooked for herself and now has no reason to cook for herself. So it's there. It's got the nutrition at least. So, but yeah. So you guys take your nice long rest to get the benefits of all that, and you wake up. 24, 28 hours later. It's about 9 a.m. And the sun is up. You can't really tell because of how deep you are in the cave, but you do go check and the sun is up. Your internal clock's kind of helping you determine when to leave, and you guys head out. If you guys want to, you are free to pick names and colorations for your striders. If not, you guys have striders, and you walk on. You go with them.
No, bird.
Sup, bird?
Flightless
bitch.
Tafris does not care for this animal.
Vulcan names his Thunder.
Thunder. Yeah, Vulcan, you probably have the cleanest looking one. It definitely seems to have the best attitude, at least. The one Tafris is on seems to be meeting him beat for beat as far as, like, disdain, but lets him ride. Nell, yours is kind of just there. It's just vibing.
Neither of us are happy about this situation.
No, Nell names there's Fertilizer.
Fertilizer? Cool.
Wow!
Fertilizer feeds the earth. It's endearing.
Yeah.
Cool. So, with a little weather check, the skies are looking clear as you guys head out. You're not in the heart of the static flats, so you're not in danger of the static. It's kind of just low grass and rock patches. You do notice as you're like going through the fields and stuff, starting to head around the mountain and crossing the last of the rivers for the Twice Strike Delta and stuff like that, as little rodents and creatures, frogs and stuff like that go by, your striders will kind of slow down for half a second, snatch them up to eat, and then keep going. But yeah, your first day of travel kicks off. Who would like to roll me a d20? It's not a check or a saving throw or anything, it's just a nice little travel roll.
I got you. 13.
Alright. So you guys are going, and you manage to get on a little bit of like a dirt path that's actually leading you kind of in a southward direction without too much terrain bothering. Seems to be, some kind of well-traveled path, whether it's, kind of a natural forming path or has been formed over time. You're not sure, but you're going along this path. It's pretty wide. It's a good, 10, 15 foot wide, little dirt patch between all of the grass and stuff. And you're walking along on your striders, and eventually in the distance you hear and see this large cart that's got like hanging chimes and bells and stuff that rattle in the distance. It's being pulled by these large goats rather than horses. And did I give this dude a race?
You two know what we gotta do here, right?
Of course.
I did not give him a race.
Robbery.
Yes.
Oh.
Both?
Doesn't matter. This person has this like heavy black, not even a robe, it's kind of like a coat. You can tell just even from the distance the way it reflects the sunlight and everything. It's very like the equivalent of like polyester. It's very raincoat-y. It doesn't look too terribly comfortable, but it's like fully wrapped around them like a blanket, and they have like a heavy red scarf pulled around their face. You can't really see anything except for like these dark eyes and some like pale bluish skin. And they have the reins to these goats and are just leading them through. And they see you guys and they kind of nod for a little bit before they slow down and pull off to the side and basically park. They tie the goats up to a tree and let them off of the cart for a little bit, and you see them hop off from the front with a little bit of like a grunt. And they circle around, and you couldn't really notice looking at it from face on, but now that you're a little bit closer and he's pulled off to the side, you see there's actually a large window on one side, and he pulls on these strings that pull apart this large curtain, and then he pulls up a little wooden shutter, and inside is a bunch of little doodads and doohickeys. This is basically a traveling pop-up shop.
Fucking love doohickeys.
And doodads.
Yeah, but he kind of grumbles a little something and kind of just stands to the side next to his cart as you guys walk by. He doesn't call out, doesn't seem to like try to call you over to be like, oh, come check out my stuff. But just kind of, if you guys decide to stop, he's made himself known.
We stopping?
Yeah.
We doing what we're born to do?
We are.
Shiny.
Hell yeah, we'll stop. We'll stop,
I'll be honest,
Okay,
I made this encounter forgetting that you guys are very evil.
Okay, good. I was gonna say, what are the chances of this person ending up being really powerful? But hopefully not.
We'll stop, and as we're walking towards him, I will speak telepathically.
What do you have?
Him.
Yeah, to him.
Yeah, you hear this, probably why he hasn't called out to you. You hear a very dry and ruined voice kind of talk back to you that I'm not going to do because I'm not going to mess up my throat for telepathy. But he basically says, I got all sorts of stuff. I've got, some basic weapons, some clothing, a potion or two, some fancy jewels. Whatever, come take a look and see.
And he will telepathically relay that information to Nell and Taffrus.
He has many things.
Taffrus will telepathically relay back.
Why don't we just rob him and take them?
Sounds like a plan to me.
Okay.
Killing him might be easier though, because then he won't come back. Try to turn us into the authorities or whatever.
I have experience with both. I will follow your lead.
Yeah. The best person to lead. I have so much charisma. 8.
17.
Why don't you do it?
You have more charisma than I do. I'm a barkeep.
Put it into deception.
I'm 16.
Yeah.
I'm smart, and I'm constitution, and I'm dexterous. I am not charismatic, okay?
Vulcan is strong, healthy, and charismatic.
Nell's freaky.
That's true.
Valid.
Just stare to soul and lie.
All right, so what do you guys
all
doing?
Nell know how to. All Nell born after 1993 don't know how to
don't know how to cook. All they know.
All they know is worship nature, create fertilizer,
and lie.
Eat hot pepper and lie.
And lie.
And lie. I don't know if chip exists yet.
Eat hot chip.
There's probably like really, really dry bread that exists. Close enough.
Eat hot bread and lie.
Hot bread.
Hot bread.
Hot, dry, spicy bread. Ugh.
Ew.
All right, what are you selling?
And you see, he actually reaches into his coat and pulls a quill and starts writing in the air, and you can see that it kind of solidifies in a way that you're able to read it. And he basically lists off pretty much the same stuff he said to Vulcan. He's got, a few weapons that are better than average, but nothing too impressive. Some clothes, a potion or two, some jewelry and gemstones, as well as a couple bags of bone dust. It seems that this man cannot talk for whatever reason.
Right. Well.
What's the best thing to do? Oh my god.
What are you guys doing? What do you want?
Let me look through my spell list. Oh my god.
You guys are sitting and talking, and Nell, your Strider, whether you're still on it or not, doesn't matter, but starts walking up and just kind of pecks and plays with the different wind chimes and bells and stuff that are adorning the sides.
Yeah, I'll cast Fireball. That's a awful idea. I mean, it'd probably work. No, probably. I think. Which one is which? Flame of Tyranny seems like a decent option, right?
That's a
for
good
this. Yeah. And how wise can this guy really be? And if that fails, we'll just kill him.
Stomp on him.
Yeah, we'll just destroy him. Yeah. Taffy will take out a spell book and pretend to look through it for non-nefarious purposes, as if he could in any way look non-nefarious.
No.
Yeah, there's definitely a moment where like you pull out the spell book and he quirks an eye, and then you start reading it, and he tries to hide it, but he can't really because the only thing you can see on him is his eyes. But a little bit of panic, like he's very obviously trying to keep his composure of like, I'm not gonna assume that they're up to anything. Don't want to scare off, actual customers, but also like that's a spell book. Uh-oh.
Nell's gonna be asking questions about the wind chimes. Just really stupid shit.
Yeah, he explains, most of them are like hand carved and picked up from different, smiths around Arashioi. There's some made from bone, some made from reeds, a few made from like silver and steel and stuff like that. They're all pretty lightweight. They're fairly cheap. They're like 2 to 3 cherics depending. And different materials have different kinds of sounds. Some of them whistle, some of them kind of just clack together. It's whatever you kind of want to get from them.
Let me see here. What I wouldn't give to be a sorcerer in their meta magic. It's the only thing they're good for. Oh, here we are.
And he will cast Flame of Tyranny, so I need a wisdom saving throw.
Alright.
Way to be obvious.
That is a 14.
That is a failure.
Remind me. I know you can give them an order and stuff, but remind me of what it does.
Yeah. So he feels as if he's burning in agony. So it's essentially he feels as if he's burning alive, even though he isn't. But he will be later. Eventually. And I don't know we don't really need him to like do anything. This is just for the funny. Let's see.
Well, basically, I need to know: can he act at all if you don't give him an order?
No, I'm just gonna tell him to grovel, so he has to fall prone.
Okay, so he very much does. You see the way he lowers himself to grovel. He kind of jerks for a second. You think maybe he's got a bad leg, and he begins to grovel and. He tries to scream, but obviously, there's something wrong with his throat, and so it's kind of just a lot of breathy little strangled sounds as he, is not having a great time.
Alright, should we get it over with now or take what we need first?
I say we take what we need. He might have something stashed away.
Right.
That's true.
Vulcan will begin rummaging through stuff.
Alright, I will not give you exact amounts because some of it there is a lot of, and I'm not gonna sit here and do a bunch of math and stuff like that, but I will give you a list of the things that he has. I will put it in the VC chat and then I'll read it out for stream.
Aim.
And then certain ones have... Yeah, certain ones have... higher, amounts that he has of them, and then some of them he only has 1 or 2 of, depending on the item. And then you do not get the descriptions of them because you did not buy them, but if you have any way to identify, go for it, but...
No.
No.
Do I?
You might.
Did I take...
You're a wizard.
You'd think I would have taken identify, but
I have 3 old spells and none of them are identified.
Moment says no.
I am mostly a damage person, so
I have prank, shared sight, and corpse mask. That's it. That's what you get.
I've got dispel magic, but not identify.
We can figure it out. We can figure it out later.
Okay, so he's got a couple +1 longswords. You can tell that they're +1 because they have a magical sheen to them, but they don't have anything else going on, so that's not... I'll give you that for free, that's whatever. Has a couple insulated-looking robes, a kind of crate of potions, greater potions of healing. There is a singular little, very fancy signet ring that looks like it has a slot where a gem can go in. A bunch of bags of assorted gemstones, so like each bag is unique and different. You don't know what gemstones you're gonna get. And then kind of scattered around is a bunch of bags of bone dust. Those are like, probably the more interesting stuff. And then obviously there's like little knickknacks. There's the wind chimes. There's a couple like carved whistles and other musical instruments. There's like a bone carved ocarina. and things like that. But as far as like stuff that might actually help traditionally with like D&D stuff, that's what's there. But there's other things as well.
He's grabbing some doodads.
Yeah, take all of it.
Yeah.
That's ours.
Yeah.
We'll be taking that. I don't know if anyone would be taking that. I don't know if any of us use long swords, but you know.
So I have a couple things. A couple things before you guys go looting spree. You currently do not have a, bag of holding of any kind, and while I don't really care about carry weight and stuff like that, I am going to put a little bit of logic and reason of you're not going to be able to walk out of here with the 12 long swords.
Oh, there's 12 of them. Okay.
There is a lot. The swords and the robes, there seems to be a lot of, probably bought in bulk and then just given to whoever needs them.
I thought there was just one of each.
Yeah, I thought there was one of each.
No, there's different amounts of different things. So
okay, we'll take one robe each. And does anyone want a long sword? Because I don't need one.
I don't need one.
Vulcan is his own weapon. He doesn't need a new weapon.
I use finesse weapons, so I don't.
I don't think longsword is finesse.
No, it's versatile.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I use magic.
Okay, so no swords. So yes,
so we'll take a robe each, and then we'll take the other
robes.
stuff.
Are you going to grab an extra one for Guire, or are you going to just be like, oh well?
I'm not grabbing an extra one for Guire. I don't know if you
I don't care. I'm just keeping track
I'll
of stuff.
grab one with the thought of I can probably sell this.
Okay.
Okay, so you grab 4 of those. In total, there's about 6 greater potions of healing, and those are the 4d4 plus 4.
Ooh, take definitely.
Alright, so you get 6 of those. And again, I'll type all this out properly once we get
hold it like I hold frog.
Full grip.
No, I'll hold the potions like you would hold an actual animal.
I hold frog like an item.
There is only one of the rings, so you can take that pretty easily and pocket it. There is a lot of gemstone bags.
Only we're a crystal dragonborn.
So, yeah,
Crunchy.
you guys can take as many as you want. You just gotta figure out where you're gonna put them on these striders, because they're basically in like milk crates, and there's a good 10 to 15 bags in each crate.
And then look through the bag. Are the bags assorted, or do they all have one gemstone type?
They are. It's basically like grab bag style, where you're just like you pay, the average price of whatever gemstones would be in there. Obviously converted to Cherix, but the average price of if you got one of each, basically, or 2 of each, whatever.
What are the more
the good ones?
What are the more valuable ones in there? Just by looking at big guys.
So they're all, and obviously you can straight up open and go through the bags, like no one's gonna stop you.
Yeah, I'm doing that, but I want to see what's in there.
Yeah, so the different bags have gemstones ranging from diamonds, sapphires, pearls, rubies, and emeralds.
Taking all of the diamonds out of each of them, just picking them up. Yoink, yoink, yoink.
And then whatever's left, Vulcan is gonna take some rope. And he's gonna call his strider over.
He comes over. It also seems to get distracted for a second by the wind chimes before listening.
So true.
And he will take the bags and kind of tie little knots in the ropes, kind of stringing them along evenly. And he's gonna kind of coil it around Thunder, so to where it's comfortable, but where it seems like it'll fit around, kind of like a saddle, but like wrapping it around.
Yeah, like a carry. Yeah. So go ahead.
He's trying to do it in a way that it would evenly distribute that weight.
Yeah. So first, go ahead and give me an animal handling check to see if this guy's even going to let you do that. Because in order to fit it on him properly, you're going to have to close his wings and tie them down to him, which, while, not necessarily limits the movement or anything, but it's definitely something that does not happen to them naturally, so it does freak him out a little bit. So go ahead and do an animal handling
25.
Check. Okay, yeah, he's chill. He seemed to be very calm by the wind chimes, and you take your time and you're able to wrap this around them. Now go ahead and give me, you can do either performance or sleight of hand to see how well you get this harness tied up.
We'll definitely do performance. And thank God I did. That's 17.
Okay, so you're able to get this kind of harness carrying thing set up very well. You'll probably be able to fit about 10 of the bags, distributing them evenly around the guy. Now, I will say there is also the bone dust bags, and bone dust can be used to... It is a pretty powerful bartering tool for the Honetachi if you need it. It can be used to craft bone weapons or improve bone weapons and stuff like that, which are, you know, considered stronger than like your traditional metal weapon and things like that. As well as, you know, other crafting material and stuff like that. So, and they are stored in 5-pound bags, and there's about 20 of them.
Okay, we can just take like one.
Yeah.
I think what Vulcan will do is he'll swap out 2 of the gym bags for one of those.
Okay. So now we have to actually do some rolls.
Rolls.
So for the purposes of spellcasting and things like that, every single one of these gems is worth 100 gold.
Ooh, fuck yeah.
Right? Damn, okay.
So it's not gem dust, so if a spell specifically says gem dust, you cannot use the gems as they are. They have to be ground down into a powder, which, you know, can sometimes be a process depending on the gemstone. And then the gems cannot substitute out for other gems. It has to be, you know, as written for the spell. Unless you have some other feat or whatever that lets you, you know, do whatever with that. But, so one bag has 1d4 of each of those gems, and you guys has probably grabbed about 20 of them. So...
It's a lot of rolling, is what you're saying.
It's a lot of rolling. So how about...
1d4.
There is 4 of us here.
Uh-huh.
So there is diamond, sapphire, pearls, rubies, and emerald. Yeah, diamond, sapphire, pearl, ruby.
Well, dude, I can just do diamonds and pearls.
Yeah, so that's
Pokemon.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Yeah, that's 6. So the 3 of you, new math. The 3 of you can roll 20 d4 for 2 of those gems. So it's a total of 40 d4, but 20 for one gemstone and 20 for another gemstone. And take that total and just, you know, put it wherever, party fund or whatever you want, and you will have that many of that gemstone. So just pick the 2 you want to do, roll them, and that'll be it. I would recommend just using the bot in the channel, but do whatever you want.
I will do diamonds and pearls.
So, let's see.
50.
So we're doing 10d4 each.
20
20
d4.
20. Gotcha. You guys have grabbed about 20 bags.
20
okay.
d4.
20 d4 for each gemstone, so it'll be a total of 40 d4.
56.
It's been a while since I've used this. There it is.
So 50.
And
50
you can pick.
pearl.
I don't really. I'm not gonna.
50
be
pearl, 56 diamond.
Mine will be emerald. He like green.
I'll take rubies. Or sapphires. I don't know. Wait, which one was in there?
56.
They're both rubies and sapphires.
I remember you for two of the M's. So you get to roll another 20d4 for the other one.
Yeah.
Oh, sapphires is on there twice. I'm stupid. Because I meant to put emeralds.
Okay.
Yeah, diamonds, sapphires, pearl, ruby. Okay. We'll figure it out. It's fine.
There's a 6th one, right?
No, there's not. I had sapphires on there twice.
Okay. So, yeah, well...
So, who did rubies? Sorry.
I did.
And so that's the 58?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. And then, Gamma, do you want the 47 to be sapphire or emerald?
I roll?
That was Emmy.
Yeah, mine was the 56 for the emerald.
Okay, so Emmy, okay. And then you wanted emerald for green, right, Gamma?
E.
And then the 47 will be a sapphire. Right, and then...
And then, yeah, I did 55 diamonds and 50 pearl.
So I have typed that in the VC chat. You're welcome to copy and paste that into your party funds. I think you guys are going to be pretty good on spell components for a while.
Yeah.
For gemstones, at least.
Let me copy and paste that. Yeah.
And then 6.
Whoops, I forgot to whatever. Yo, we got 851. Yo.
It's
1 p.m.
Dude. What spell do you need that for? Time stop, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then we'll take, you know, the other stuff.
Yeah, how many bags of bone dust did you guys want? They're 5-pound bags.
Just one.
Vulcan took one. If other people wanted to take one as well, they could.
I'll take one. I'll just hold it. I'll just hold it.
Horizon -1 string. No, thank you.
You don't 5 pounds. Probably.
Man. No.
Nah.
Alright, so there's the rest. There's the rest of the stuff that you guys took.
Okay, I'll do that also.
And then, is anyone going in, like, obviously you guys are, like, looting it and stuff, but is anybody giving a deeper dive into here?
Yeah.
Or you guys kind of just...
No,
I'm mostly...
How long does Flame of Tyranny last?
A minute. Concentration.
Okay,
but I
so
am going to, you know, before it ends, do the damage, which is 3d6 psychic. So.
Okay, so go ahead and roll that, because I'll say collecting all of this stuff, you know, you checked through the gems and all that stuff, tying up the harness on the Strider and everything probably took at least a minute, so go ahead and roll that damage.
Ooh, poor guy. Ooh. Oh, poor guy. That is 6 + 6 + 4, 16.
Okay. So did you guys all, like, go up to the cart to look around, or was it mainly a couple of people? Did anyone go inside of the cart, or were you just looking in through the window, or how are we situated right now?
was just gonna go in, I think, because
I'm standing outside keeping an eye on him, so...
Nell went through the window.
Okay, yeah. So Nell and Vulcan, you guys are inside the cart, and you hear kind of these pained gargles as Flame of Tyranny finishes its work and ignites, and effectively shrivels this man into a pile of dust and burnt skin.
Idiot.
And while you guys are inside the cart, you're looking around for anything else that you might have missed, and a circular red sigil ignites in flame and explodes. I need the two of you to make dexterity checks at disadvantage, and Tafris, go ahead and give me, or saving throw, sorry. And then Tafris, give me a dexterity saving throw, normal.
Question. With my danger sense, would it make it a flat roll? Because it gives me advantage on dex saves. That I can see. Alright.
That is a 21.
Okay.
21.
I got a 10.
Okay.
17.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. That's a 17. I rolled that advantage instead of not advantage and just regular, but yes, it would be a 17.
Okay, you're good. Those who succeed will take half damage.
Nice.
So, sorry, what did everybody get? I was rolling.
17.
10.
Okay, so Tafris and Vulcan somehow you avoid taking the brunt of this, and you guys only take 13 fire damage.
I am resistant.
No, you take
fire damage.
Okay, so you also take 13 fire damage.
Okay, cool.
So as the cart explodes and bursts into flame, all of the remaining stuff that you guys did not take kind of scatters in a good 60-foot shower of debris. Obviously, the long swords, which were magical, as well as the bags of bone dust.
Fuck, watch out for those.
Are fine.
Long swords going flying.
Yeah, kind of go flying and clatter around. None of them hit you. You know, rolled well enough on your saves. None of them hit you or anything like that. But anything that might have been remaining in the cart that wasn't magical has been destroyed.
I suppose a preventative measure.
Yeah, that's why I didn't go in there. I figured, but I kind of thought it'd be funny.
I almost forgot. Do you guys mind rolling for your striders?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
What's your dex bonus?
Yeah, that's our dex bonus.
Fertilizer, no.
What is it?
+4.
Okay, Thunder got a 19.
Oh my god.
Just flat roll?
Yeah, they were all outside the cart. I doubt you brought them inside.
I'm not
probably wouldn't have been room
anymore.
for them.
The bird got a 15.
Okay. What did you get, Emmy? Sorry.
13.
Okay, they all take 13, so they're all right. They're not looking great. For
Sucks
the
to
more
suck. I don't have any healing.
For the more rough ones that were already missing feathers, they are almost like naked, but they're okay. They'll be able to continue journeying and things like that, but they're not happy. Not very happy right now.
I'll kind of go over to Thunder.
Hey, drink this. This might make you feel better.
He'll try and administer some of one of his healing potions.
Yeah, it's a little shaken up, so some of it dribbles out of its mouth, but it gets enough to where the potion does take effect. So if you would like to roll that healing for them, you may.
All right. One of those rolls was good. Okay, 8, 9, 13. Oh, yeah, 13. Perfect.
Hold potion like a burger. Sorry, I was just looking at chat. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, that fully negates what just happened to it. So it's still cosmetically, it's still a little singed and stuff like that, but it seems to be back to 100% and re-energized. The ropes that you had tied to it are a little burnt. Might not be as strong as they were when you first tied them, but they're still holding for now, so that's good. Nell, you would notice that your Strider, though a little bit dazed from the explosion, is kind of holding very tightly pinched in its mouth one of the wooden wind chimes.
Yes.
And as it's like looking back and forth, you can hear it kind of clink together as it's trying to figure out what just happened.
Fertilizer.
Love fertilizer.
Yeah, I probably should have stopped you two before you went in there. Whoops.
Hey, it's no problem. You're fine. And we got plenty of good things.
He looks pleased.
A little fire never hurt anyone.
Ah, I've dealt with far worse.
Usually hurts people quite badly.
When you are in the business that I am in, a fire is usually the most pleasant.
Well, at least it got rid of the evidence, so we don't have to clean that up anymore.
I
I
suppose
was
so.
gonna do that.
Well, you can always take the goats.
The goats are dead.
Yeah,
I imagine they were dead. Yeah.
Okay, but are their bodies intact? Like, mostly intact. Anyway.
Mostly, yeah. It didn't necessarily explode in like a huge explosion, but it was enough that like debris kind of went everywhere. And anything that was close to it obviously got caught in the blast and stuff like that, but it didn't send, his body is still there. Like, it didn't send the stuff close to the ground, like flying or anything like that. The swords were like hanging up on display. Punch my mic. Were like hanging up on display, so they went flying and things like that. But a lot of the stuff that was closer to the ground, outside of the cart at least, is still there. And Taffers, you actually do see your Strider is kind of pecking at the cloak he was wearing and sniffing at it.
Well, are you gonna go play with the bodies?
It's not the same.
I could make the goats into a lunch for us.
Goat lunch.
Do what you wish.
Well, eating is probably a good idea.
Usually.
With rations.
You won't want rations until you've had my cooking.
He'll go pick up one of the goats.
Okay, yeah, you go to pick it up and you grab the top half of it. The back half kind of stays on the ground as it's been, singed enough that it kind of severed itself. And, some of the insides of the goat kind of slops out onto the ground, kind of making this weird mix of pink and black. But you probably got a good half a goat, well enough to feed all of you guys.
Oh, that makes field dressing a lot easier. Don't have to debowel. Good. How convenient. Well, let's start a fire. Too bad that didn't do that for us.
There's still a couple burning pieces of wood on like the main body of the cart.
I have plenty of fire spells. Like 3.
Vulcan will use his telekinesis to kind of move that over, and then he's gonna grab a couple of sticks and kind of make a makeshift fire.
Okay. While you're doing that, go ahead and make me an investigation check, please.
How not good at investigating. That's an 8.
I'm sorry, because I don't. Yeah, you guys don't have the best passives. Okay. Well, Vulcan's isn't bad. So pulling the kind of little bits of debris and fire over to where you guys are, or I guess away from the debris, not necessarily where you guys are, but to the side. You notice that kind of sitting in one of the little hearts of one of the fires is this small little black, like, lockbox of some kind. Looks very much like the Skyrim type jewelry lockbox. It looks like it was probably originally some kind of dark, reinforced iron or steel, but is now kind of a bright reddish white from the heat of the flame. But you are able to gather your sticks pretty easily and get a little proper fire set up when you get to that.
What is this?
Using the same means, he will move that over. He's not gonna touch it because obviously it's red hot.
Yeah, so it is red hot. You move it out of the fire. It is, it's worked tempered metal that is now red hot, so it's going to take it quite a while to cool down, unless you have some other means to cool it down.
Do
quicker.
I?
Do you?
No.
No.
But you guys, while you're cooking...
vegetation, maybe.
Could it? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it can heat and cool objects.
Okay, I'll press.
I will say with a cantrip, it'll speed up the process, but it won't immediately.
Yeah.
Because that's a little extreme. That'd be like you'd be able to put out like a fireball.
Fireball. Well, yeah. I'll do it anyway.
Vulcan will help. He'll take his spare water skin and kind of pour some cold water on it.
Yeah, you can chill stuff, so you can definitely speed up the process of that. So instead of taking, possibly up to an hour, it's probably a good, 10-15 minutes until it's probably safe enough to touch. Still a little warm, but definitely not going to injure or burn anything. And I'll say during this time, you also probably have started cooking, and so that's also underway as well. But it is still locked, so are you guys... What you doing with it? It's cool enough to touch and mess with now, but it is still locked.
Well, I don't have a way to open it unless you guys just want me to break it.
Vulcan will tap it with his hoof. How sturdy does it seem, and does it seem like it's magically reinforced? Could I reasonably tell in some way?
Ahead and make an Arcana check for that.
Let's go +0. That's pretty good. That's 19.
It does not seem magically enhanced. Kind of looking at the inventory and stuff, it doesn't seem like this guy himself was very good at magic. It just seems like he sold and passed along magic stuff. So his lockbox is not magic. It seemed like it was probably pretty sturdy to begin with, but because it was kind of shock heated and quickly cooled, it's lost a little bit of its tempering it had on it and is a little bit less sturdy than it was, a little bit more fragile. It is still, a pretty solid chunk of iron, a good couple of inches thick probably, so it will take a little bit of force to break it, but probably nothing insane.
I could break this with my hoof, but you wish breaking what's inside. Oh, wait, better idea. Stand back.
Stand back.
Nell's already just gone with fertilizer.
Okay, let's see, let me read this really quickly.
Go for it.
Channeled Chaos. Yes, so I will take this and I will use, I'm gonna rage and I will psychic slam this thing and try and crack it open. I'm just gonna lift it into the air and then with some psionic force kind of slam it into the ground and hope I can shatter it.
Yeah, it definitely won't break whatever's inside. But go for it.
I mean, he assumes that with his hoof, it'd probably do it. It'd probably break it easier. Yeah. I'm not gonna back down. I'll do it.
Yeah. I'm not stopping you because I don't have. I'm not stopping you because I don't have a better idea than breaking it. So, and the ways I can break it are like equally as destructive. So, we could try and take one of the magical long swords and break the lock. Would probably be a better idea, but you're already doing it.
He's already in motion.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's any roll that needs to be made or anything like that, so go for it. Just roll damage.
Looks, he gets the idea, and then it's too late, so.
Hey guys, I just found
It's, let me see. Move creature, blah, 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 blah. Object cannot be worn. Since it's an object, it just works on it.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So yeah, does the effect in and of itself deal damage, or are you just kind of using the essentially like fall damage from slamming it into the ground?
It does deal bludgeoning damage.
Okay, yeah. So go ahead and roll that for me.
Alright. That is 8 and plus my it's my rage and my strength mod. So 8 plus 7, 15 damage, 15 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, yeah. So you begin concentrating on your psychic abilities and launch this strongbox. That's the word I was thinking of. Strongbox into the air. And you begin to slam it down, and Tafris, you watch as the strongbox slams into the ground and shatters just as your Strider, who had been pecking at the merchant's body, walks up next to you with a key clutched in its beak. And you guys hear a snapping and a cracking from the strongbox as a good 100 or so Cheriks kind of spray out like a piñata from it, and you see 2 small little platinum-looking coins also kind of roll out and fall onto the ground.
You will very quickly go over and begin collecting them. In fact, I can do it with multiple small objects. I will just kind of use my telekinesis to pull them into a pile, into a neat pile. As much of them as I can, anyway.
Yeah, so there is 122 Cheriks in there, in that pile. And then it would have been 2, but because they are both now cracked, they are decreased in value. So there is 2 cracked Electrum, which is basically 1 Electrum when you put them together.
Yeah, not too bad.
Your plan was to slam it into the ground.
Did you have a better one?
Yes.
And that was?
Breaking the lock with one of the magical swords.
I personally think the bird had the best plan.
Yeah, the bird was a bit slow in the draw, but he got it open.
The bird just kind of swallows the key.
Okay.
And you
just throws
and
it
you
back
cracked the Electrum.
He'll pet the bird.
Squawks at you. Eats a little bit of goat stuck to your fur.
Tell me, are you a barbarian?
Yes.
Yeah, figures.
You look like a barbarian.
Were you raised in a barn looking at the Minotaur? Yes. You can't say that!
I don't really know why you had to ask.
Just wanted to confirm.
But hey, the mission successful, yes?
Mostly.
My food is almost ready. Come eat.
I'm happy about the Electrum, but whatever.
He'll give you the 2 Electrum. He's scooping up the Cheriks.
The 1 Electrum.
Actually,
but actually,
Actually, they are decreased in value due to the impurities that have now been infracted upon them. So they do not have the same value they once did.
Actually, because you slammed it into the ground, they're decreased in value.
Who let the pig into the kitchen again?
This is why we keep the door closed.
Betsy, get outside. Get out. But yeah, you guys enjoy your lunch in the middle of, if there was laws out in the wilderness, the equivalent of a crime scene, and eat some leftover goat as
should I make
sound.
Should I roll anything for my cooking? See how good it is?
Sure. I was gonna let you just have it, but now you have to roll.
What do you roll for cooking? What do you do?
Cooking skill.
I don't know off the top of my head. Does Vulcan have experience with cooking?
Very much so. He's
okay,
a very experienced barkeep.
Yeah, I'll let you do. It's up to you if you want to focus more on like the appearance of the dish. You could do performance. If you want to do more of the actual technique behind it, do history for your knowledge of the dish itself.
I'll do performance. That is a 21.
All right. It's beautiful. You manage, despite it having like only half its ribs left, you make some nice rack of lamb rib stuff going on. I don't remember if rack of lamb is rib or not, but we're gonna say it is. You somehow whip together, yeah, it is now. You somehow whip together this nice little marinade from some of just the wild herbs around and stuff like that. It's a very spicy and, not spicy and hot, but like spiced and savory, almost barbecue-esque type thing. Definitely plenty of liquid if you needed it. But yeah, it tastes very good and it looks even better than it tastes. But yeah.
Nell saves all the bones.
The bones.
Bones.
I'm gonna roll something real quick.
And
your cooking is
okay.
Adequate.
Eh, I'll take it. I would hope so. I run a tavern.
Tastes like goat.
Indeed.
No,
So you're a barbarian and a barkeep?
Indeed, I am.
Barbarian.
What's your motivation for being here?
Short or long term, I suppose, is... What do you mean, specifically?
Wouldn't figure someone who, runs a tavern would be out doing stuff like this.
Well, I'm also between you and me, I'm also a member of the Talon.
The what?
The Talon.
I have no idea what that is.
You do not know of the Talon?
Look, I went to school. I don't know everything.
The two of you go ahead and make a history check with disadvantage. And then, Gamma, I will let you decide if they roll high enough to know anything and what they would know if they do.
I don't even have to roll the other one.
Hey, what'd you get?
I got a 1.
You wanna know what I got? A 1.
Alright, never mind. They have no idea. No idea.
I got a 1 plus 8. But I don't think it's gonna help at that point.
No.
No audibly blinks.
We are a bit of a crime organization of sorts.
Spooky.
Look, not everyone knows about your weird little cult. On the float, anyway.
To answer your question, I'm looking to save my parents. They are requiring some funds.
And this is the best way you could think to do that?
Yes, working for the rich rat man. Not a bad idea. He has money, I need money.
Why not just steal from rich rat man?
That was the original plan. That's how I met him. I was stealing.
And you didn't continue to do so?
Well, when he sent his whole guard force after you, there's not much you can really do, but talk your way out of things.
Right, I forgot he was an actual king. somehow. I always just assumed he was kind of lying about that.
No, he has his whole big city. Whole military force. The whole 9 yards. But as you said, he is strange. Yes.
He was definitely... I didn't like him.
He is strange, but he is rich, and I need money, so I do not complain.
Fair enough. And you're filling in for him?
Yes.
Getting you to do his dirty work?
I suppose so. Someone named Paul wanted to see him, so he's off to see them, I suppose. Don't know too much about that.
Well, if you have fun doing what you're doing, I suppose you don't work a day in your life, whatever that saying goes.
I think that's exactly how that saying goes.
Oh, okay, good.
Indeed. But who knows, perhaps we will find more of my kind around. The talent might be able to lend us some aid. We look out for family, and friends of family, I suppose.
Packers might need that.
Be sure to help your poor parents.
Good. That's all I care about. What about the two of you?
Oh, no, continue.
What's your deal? What do you do what you do?
Here to have fun.
It seems we are accomplishing that well.
Pretty much. Cave-in wasn't very fun, but oh well.
I thought it was fun.
There was a cave-in.
Yes, a series of bad decisions on all of our parts.
You didn't die.
No, we didn't die. We got close.
And you are scolding me about this lockbox, and you caused a cave-in.
It wasn't just... Thanks, Circus Baby, I really needed that.
You won't
It's working
die.
again. Not that stream could hear, but it's working again. Fixed my soundboard.
Look, that wasn't a me decision, mostly. It was an everyone decision.
So it seems like it is partially a you decision.
I think it was mostly a you decision, actually.
I did what I had to do to stay alive. You cast Earthquake in a cave.
You can make the earthquake.
I can.
I do that too,
very
but
helpful.
that's mostly because I'm heavy.
I like the earth. The earth likes me. The earth can be angry.
Yes, I admit Thunder's step was not a good idea. However, if I hadn't done it, I would have been killed. Then again, I suppose I almost died anyway, so... whatever.
We can't all win.
No, perhaps.
Well, we won that fight. Even if it was an embarrassing victory.
Perhaps the two of us will get along. I am well attuned to the earth as well.
Also.
I can sense vibrations through my hooves.
Ooh.
A new way of seeing, I suppose.
Tremor sense.
Indeed.
Useful skill. Attempted to pick it up when I was younger, couldn't make it work. And
It's okay not to...
I did live on the float, so...
It's okay not to be able to learn things. Sometimes it's hard.
That is true.
One of us is a wizard and the other one isn't.
Damn.
One of us can bury you and out.
It would not take very much effort for me to bury you.
I don't doubt that. I'm sure we could all bury each other. Well, if you could lift me.
Well, that's enough threatening each other for one day, I think.
Shall we get on?
Nope.
Uh-oh. Nell!
No.
They're back, but...
Amy?
Yeah. There you go. Tap for yourself like a dare you.
Buried.
I told you I was going to do it. You didn't listen to me, pathetic.
You're pathetic.
Anyways, we can't leave. The DM has to say something.
looks at camera.
Yeah, anyway. You're saying Nell, and then we kept talking.
Oh yeah, Nell, make a perception check for me, please.
Oh, okay. We're perceiving.
Yeah.
Where is it? There it is.
What can you see?
With my beady eyes.
You're a druid.
21.
Okay. So you weren't able to notice as it was happening, but as you guys kind of finish up eating and you go to collect the bones you were intending on keeping, you see Fertilizer finishing up the last one as while you guys were chatting, it had been sneaking the bones off of your plate / place and swallowing them.
Sad noises.
Kind of just happily licks its beak and looks at you.
I was going to eat those.
Shame. You were going to eat them? Whatever.
Crunchy.
I guess they have marrow in them. Just wouldn't recommend eating the shell.
But I guess eating crab.
I guess you know better about eating a wildlife.
Excuse me.
I should mention Vulcan will also feed some to Thunder.
Okay, Thunder is very, very appreciative. There's a lot of jangling as the bags are still strapped to him as he's eating, but doesn't seem bothered by it.
I do need to feed the angry bird. Hold on.
The angry bird?
Hold on, wait guys, we found the angry bird.
I found him.
I thought that was Tafris, but I guess not.
He's not a bird.
Yeah,
he's a dragon. Yeah. He will, in order to keep a mount alive, he will do it.
How are you feeding it? Are you... Emmy died again. Are you just chucking it to the side?
No,
are you trying to hand feed it?
He's not trying to hand feed it. He just, gets I don't know if we have plate of something.
I would assume.
Yeah, we have a plate.
Has plates.
He will just get a plate, put, goat meat on it, and then just kind of slide it in front of Bird.
It seems very food possessive. As you slide the plate over, it lunges forward and stands over it and begins eating the lamb before proceeding to also rip apart and eat the plate.
Hope you didn't like that plate.
No, I don't mind. I have plenty.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to stop it from doing that, so...
I hope it tasted good. But,
it is a plate.
It could be a tasty plate.
Why don't you try and eat it and find out?
I've tried. Doesn't taste it to me, but everyone's taste differs.
Vulcan, after a little bit, the angry bird walks up to you, and there's a little bit, it bows its head, and there's a little bit of a before roughly 5 pieces of ripped up metal plate get plopped into your lap from the bird's mouth, and it kind of trots off.
Oh,
that was nice of them.
It was.
He'll he'll fold them up and put them in his bag.
I wasn't too
some cloth and put him away.
Wasn't too sure about him, but he seems alright.
Very nice of him to return the plate.
Yes.
Well, shall we move on?
Yes, before we end up getting struck by lightning again.
You were struck by lightning.
Twice.
Yes. I fell into the lightning.
A cave-in, a lightning strike.
Embrace the lightning!
Ride the lightning!
It doesn't hurt me as much, but it's still annoying.
I suppose being struck by lightning would be annoying, I suppose.
Sometimes.
Sorry.
More annoying for them. Lightning is a, natural element of mine, so...
But yes, shall we get moving?
I suppose so. We are burning daylight.
Also, I don't think it'd be good to stand around for too long. My stomach's starting to get the gurglies. We don't want to be on the road when that happens.
You're riding in the back.
Alright. Probably for the best.
Yeah. Get on, cleaned up, get on bird.
Fertilizer.
All right,
Laugh
you guys
one
get
last time at that poor man's fate. We killed him. It's funny.
Yeah, so you guys get all hopped back on to your striders, and you guys proceed. The rest of the day's journey is pretty easy, pretty peaceful. You have this kind of path to follow. There are some points where like it fades out for a little bit, and you just kind of hope you're going in the same direction, and then you find it again, and you're able to move on. Not perfectly maintained, as it doesn't seem like too many people travel between cities here. Maybe because it's, lightning everywhere. But you guys continue on until eventually nighttime comes. Clouds still seem clear in the sky. Seems like there's no risk of any rain or storm at the moment. And you guys get all set up. There is a point while you guys are walking when you hear this kind of rumbling sound, and...
The rumbling.
Don't worry, it's
thunder,
just Vulcan.
Thunder stops for a moment, and you see very quickly in how birds do, kind of snapping, looking in all directions, before the smell hits all of you, and you realize, oh, it's just Vulcan. And you guys keep going.
It is in fact just Vulcan.
Yeah, so nighttime comes. Is anybody up to anything as you guys kind of set up camp a little bit off the pathway? Anybody doing anything, or y'all kind of just going straight to bed? Oh, I just said y'all. I never say that.
I say y'all.
I say y'all.
It's fine. It's just I don't say it, so when I do, it's like... Oh. Well, so here's the thing. I never said it until I went to college, and like everybody at my college said it, and then I started saying it, and I was just like, it's weird. Yeah.
I live in y'all country.
That's fair. I live very close to y'all country.
I don't. I just absorbed it from people who did. I lived where I lived.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
I also, in the span of 2 weeks, absorbed saying wolf as woof when I was like 14. Wait. So
I think I got overly attached to y'all because there was an upperclassman who was kind of my mentor for a couple of years who spelled it wrong in an email, and we all made fun of him for it. Yeah. So I think that's why he put the apostrophe in the wrong spot.
Aww.
He deserved it. You know who I'm talking about, Gam.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. He deserved it. I love him, and he deserved it, but yeah. But yeah, is anybody doing anything as we settle in for to bed?
Being less angry than usual. We did do some balance today. So
we did some evil.
We did a little bit of evil. It's alright. That makes him chill out.
We'll water the thunder and settle down.
Yeah, you guys actually do notice after, giving them a little bit of a nighttime snack and some water, some water, that they, despite their size and their kind of strength and their knack of eating almost anything they can get their mouths on, they are in fact prey animals. So they do, as you guys get prepared for bed, they search around for tall rocks and a few of the sparse trees to find branches that are strong enough to hold them up. And they climb up kind of using those hooked talons they have along with their beak until they are settled, high enough off the ground that any sort of prowling predators won't be able to catch them off guard. So they are up in the trees and asleep. Which you guys off to bed?
Yeah.
Wake them up.
Nighttime escapades.
Yeah, Vulcan is off to sleep. He's tired.
It's eeping
sleepy.
Real eeping hours.
EB hour.
Did I change out my spells? No. I have the ones prepared I want to have prepared, so oh good.
EP time.
EP. Alright. Okay, can I have all of you guys roll me a d20, please?
Oh my god! I love rolling!
11.
Okay.
Where's my d20? Where'd it go?
That is cool.
There it is.
That was such a... Oh god. Okay.
That's a 1.
Okay.
What's that number? 15.
That's 2 in a row.
Alright. So you guys nod off to sleep.
15 dragons attack you.
Yeah, you guys nod off to sleep. You rolled a lot of dragon now. You guys nod off to sleep, and there is, a little bit of a gentle breeze in the air. This is pretty open lands where you are, and for once there's no, downpour or drizzle of rain coming, and you're able to actually hear kind of the surroundings lull you to sleep. Despite the skies being clear, you do every now and then, far off on the distance, definitely not Vulcan this time, you do hear the crack of a little bit of thunder, but it seems like it's miles away, possibly, on the other side of the continent, even maybe, just kind of echoes upon itself. And eventually the sounds fade away as you guys are met with the blissful sleep, whether you guys have dreams or not, up to you, but, Nell, you're listening to the sounds of the surroundings as you're trying to fade off into sleep, and it cuts off. And you think, oh, okay, I've fallen asleep. Can't hear anything anymore. But you don't remember opening your eyes, but all of a sudden your vision is filled with a vast, endless starscape almost. Very much in the depths of space. You can see distant cosmic bodies, solar systems. You personally probably don't know what these are, as astrology in its more, the sense that we think of it is not studied as much in Telestransia, so you don't quite know where you are. It probably has something to do with the nighttime sky. And you're taking a look around, wondering, what are you dreaming about? Like, how does your brain come up with something that you've never experienced before at all? And kind of collecting in a space in front of you is this dark black cloud that kind of hardens into almost like a screen, so that, the frontmost directly in front of you is no longer Starscape, and it seems like a piece of it has been cut out. And swirling around in this space, kind of just this mass of texture, is what looks like writing and scripts. You can see pieces of it look like ancient hieroglyphs of the archaic languages, and some of it looks like Elvish, some of it looks like Common, some of it you can't recognize, some of it is not even structured like the languages that you have seen or know. There's like concentric symbols that seem to form some kind of wording you can't understand, and you try to snag little pieces that you can read here and there, and some of it seems to be like the lifespans of certain species, some of it is recorded temperature in about Telestransia and things like that, but none of it's written in like a sentence. It is like bullet points floating around, like just state like facts, and they're moving around and weaving between each other. Pieces will break off and reform with another sentence to construct something completely new, and eventually I gotta pull up this thing. Eventually you start to hear a voice that, while it's directly being placed into your mind, you can tell that it's coming from whatever is in front of you. And it has this kind of boisterous volume, but is this whispering kind of voice. And when it starts speaking, it's one voice. And then as it continues, it breaks into 3 or 4, and then those break into more and more and more, almost this like fractal of noise that, despite it getting insanely complex and complicated, you're still able to hear and understand. And obviously I can't do that with my actual voice, so just play pretend.
Actually, I can't play pretend.
Damn it!
In my D&D game.
Hold on, I gotta go fix my vocal cords real quick.
Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah. For sure. But yeah, it's definitely not something you've ever experienced before, and you don't know if you'd be able to describe this experience to another person if you ever needed to. So, what does it actually say? Hear me, Nell, and beseech your mind to the abstract. Listen now as I impart to you and question you of your meaning in this world, and the laws of the cosmos. Hearken your ear to myself and reign fragmentation deity, known in your terms as the paradigm. Seems to quiet for a bit, perhaps waiting for some sort of acknowledgement or answer. This music's too happy. Stop it.
You're vibing.
Not you.
What does beseech mean?
What does beseech mean? I see you know not the nature of this visit. And
care to explain?
It seems to move, and the kind of just collection of symbols and language in front of you forms into something kind of like a face. You know, like those fish in Finding Nemo that gather together to make shapes? It's a little like that. There is like the impression of where eye sockets would be and some kind of mound that makes a nose. And as it speaks, you can see kind of the flapping open and closed of a spot where something like a mouth is. The edges itself is still very loose with that kind of ever-moving language to it, to where the actual head structure isn't fully formed. But there's at least something for you to kind of direct your attention to now. Our visit can only exist in the immaterial uncertainty of the unperceived. A mind unaware of the truth of its status and unconcerned with its disawakened, disavowed corporeal estate. In this short exchange, I shall proceed with the warnings and wishes of my master, the whole of fragmentation. As the wars have come to a close across this plane, a new shift in the paradigm has been brought to Telestransia. The laws of war and violence rewritten, and a new era brought upon the world. And it pauses again as it changes shape and kind of shows you the landscape of the Eastern Medley, and kind of from there zooms in to Arashi-Oi, where you guys currently are. The fragmentation, my master, wishes to warn or press that you and your present acquaintances commit to their side of history, as the new reality contextualizes itself within the laws of your world, as the entropy of our universe will take time to balance, and the forces at play need waypoints, anchors, in existence to fully encapsulate a new constitution to the origins. You all. It takes another moment, kind of letting you process anything. It seems very intentionally using conflated, abstract, uncertain wording and concepts, as if it doesn't truly know how to simplify the things it is talking about into, you know, like quote-unquote layman's terms. And just kind of giving you, you know, a few seconds, maybe about like 10-15 seconds to even begin to actually hear what they're talking about. Within time, the moment in which you and your allies shall beckon towards your entropy and life theory will come, and that moment will pave the laws and history of Telestransia for the rest of its existence. Choose wisely as you shape, carve, and construct yourselves into the makeup of this celestial body, and prepare to determinedly work your way towards the destination of the end of your being. For the matter of your concern, the side you veer towards will be wrathful and true for the immediate, and soon must set in motion the distortions to a new future of this world. You will make enemies of the forces themselves, should you choose to do so. But understand you will not be alone in this approach to the neutrality of Telestransia is long due and accounted for in the grand process of the universes. And it kind of finishes this little spiel of statement as it releases the shape it was holding and kind of turns back into just this swirling of words. So I ask you, Nell, are you prepared to bring the permanent paradigm to the world in exchange for bringing your truths to reality? If you agree, a boon shall find its way to your party soon enough. Should you refuse, your tumultuous future will be carved only through your own blood and strife, though not impossible. The choice is yours. If, perhaps, the offerings of this fragmentation is a heavy weight for the ill-prepared minds of you physical beings, you may choose to answer later after some deliberation. Time matters not to me, and whether you answer now or in 1,000 years, the same paradigm will or will not occur. And it kind of waits a much longer pause than usual, or than it has given so far. Possibly waiting for your answer.
Yeah, Nell kind of just like is standing there like, damn, I should have gone to school. And obviously thinking and just trying to catch up. And she kind of just, like, almost like a confused puppy, puts her head to the side. You want us to break the world?
If that is how you feel it should be described, yes. The world itself, this reality, and this universe's role in all of existence.
It's not a very nice world.
And you have the option to upheave everything that it stands as.
Upheave.
Nell just not putting too much thought into this part of it, just starts to smile.
Should you decide to agree and proceed to this path of chaos, in your physical form, create a ring of stone around you. Any makeup of rock or solid material will do. Bleed yourself in the center of the markings, shaping out the symbols of the original forces. Cross through them with ground charcoal or chalk, and call to me the paradigm with the following words. With this oath from, I cast myself from the original forces, and I call the fragmentation to my side, and the change shall be set in the world's future. And I, the DM, will give you that. Oh, I will write that down so you have it.
I got some of it. I can type. And will this be done for my companions or what as well?
Your future is intertwined with those you have brought with you. Should you choose to do this, they will inevitably also be changed.
All right. Then yes, I accept.
All right. Affirmative. Do as instructed, and a boon will find its way to you and your aides. I cannot say when, as time does not understand our machinations. But sure enough, it will be there. Sure enough, it will be there to assist you when you've needed it.
Perfect.
There will be no other instruction from me, but the fragmentation may reach out to you once it feels it is time to act. You are free to do as you wish, as your future will now decide the existence of this world. Act as you always have. Just know, you now have more control than you ever thought you would.
No, just nods.
And as you nod, the kind of coalescing of language in front of you dissipates into that space-scape that you're in, and your sight goes black, and you wake up, and it is morning, and your allies, or your companions, we'll say, are still asleep. The sun is just peeking above the horizon. It's probably like 6:30. Your striders are still asleep, kind of scattered throughout the general area.
Do I still get a long rest?
Yes, you still receive the benefits of a long rest.
Sweet. Yeah, Nell's gonna go around and try to find rocks.
Yeah, easily enough.
No hesitation.
Nope. And just be making a circle of rocks.
Yeah, you make a circle of rocks. Pretty easy. There's a good amount of small, like, you know, palm fist-sized stones that you're able to kind of line up into a little ring around you.
Wait. And Nell will Emmy can't quite remember all the steps. But
yeah, you
the
get
symbols and the blood.
Yeah,
Yes.
you draw the symbol of the original forces, which is, you know, just kind of this general shape that I don't have on me at hand.
It's a circle.
Yeah. And you do you have charcoal or chalk on you?
I don't know.
I don't know what kit did you
I got
pick?
What is this? Adventuring kit? Wait,
Because
what
I know,
one is this?
obviously, the scholars one has writing tools and stuff like that.
I have ink, but...
Well, there's one that comes with charcoal to do, like, rubbings and stuff with, but I forget which one that is.
Well, I was looking, because I have the tinder box.
I mean, Vulcan has charcoal for cooking, so...
Yeah, you could just grab, like, charcoal from the burned wood as well. You just have to be able to grind it up. It has to be a powder.
I think Nell will probably do that and just take one of the rocks, or two of the rocks, and start hitting them together with the charcoal in between.
Yeah, so it takes a little bit. You know, one or two of your friends might awaken as you're slamming these rocks together. But you are able to do so. Yeah, and easily enough, you kind of just, standing in the circle, cast the charcoal in kind of an X, kind of just all over, effectively crossing through this symbol, and you say the words, the magic words.
Yeah, abracadabra.
Abracadabra. And there is, if any of your party had not been awake, they definitely are now, as it's an indescribable feeling of loss. You are nearly brought to tears as you finish this incantation, we'll call it, and there's just this void that it feels like a solid, just cold stone has been put in your chest as you have relinquished your terrestrial oath to the original forces that created this world. All three of you have this same feeling.
Vulcan wakes up with a gasp.
What is happening?
No, what the fuck are you doing?
Hmm?
What the fuck did you just do?
What did you do?
We were meant for more than what we're doing now.
What?
Speaking
What in the name of the gods are you talking about?
We were made to break the world.
Yeah, I already knew that.
Yes.
And now we get to form it the way we want.
What do you
We get
mean?
to break it the way we want.
What are you... Where did this come from? What are you talking about?
We're not attached to the original forces anymore.
What? That means what exactly?
It means we're on the other side of history. The one that wins.
You see, he kind of scratches his head. He has no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Nell looks very excited.
Can I try and decipher this one?
Yes, so Nell...
Can I also try and decipher what the fuck this means, you know, in relation to the person I'm working for?
Yes,
because original force?
So,
Galagantia, oh
go
God.
ahead and... Nell, if you want to, I don't know how concerned Nell is at the moment, but if Nell would like to, go ahead and make a history check. You are basically checking to see if you recognize any mention of the paradigm, the fragmentation, what you know about the original forces, and the Blood's Oath as you basically revoked through this spell that you've done. Vulcan, if you would like to roll a general history check for... you don't know anything about the paradigm or the fragmentation, at least not in the same context as Nell. So you can roll to see what or if you know anything about the original forces and their connection to Telestransia, and then Tafris, you can roll for that same thing. I will give you advantage because you are very closely intertwined with a deity.
This seems about right. 6.
I guess Nell just doesn't give a shit, because that's another natural one. And that's a different dice.
That's a 23.
Okay. So, and then go ahead and
Pays
also
to be a
give me-
nerd.
Yeah, go ahead and also give me a religion check, Tafris.
Am I good at that? I mean, I could, in theory, be good at... Where the fuck is that on my sheet? I am good at that, okay. Just that regular roll.
Yes, just a religion check.
Okay. That is a... That's almost a crit. 19 plus 8. 27.
Okay, yeah. So, starting with your history check, so the original forces, I've mentioned them in the past during Black Horizon and stuff, but they're generally like the equivalent of like, you know, the Titans from, you know, Olympus and Greco-Roman lore and mythos and stuff, where they were like the first creators, and they basically, Ramiti, the original force of the arcane magic, whatever you want to call it, she quote-unquote discovered the plane that Telestransia now exists on, and her and the other forces built up everything. They created time itself and how it flows here, and then over time relinquished those different roles to deities and other creatures. Specifically, Galagantia was a creature created by several of the forces, as well as some deities working together and trying to create one entity that could rule over all of the elements. And from there, Galagantia then made different dragons to basically sub-rule over all of these other elements. But eventually, Galagantia basically, kind of in almost a Luciferian type of thing, was like, wait a minute, the deities care more about these mortals than me, who they actually created, and rebelled and tried to destroy Telestransia, and was then banished along with a lot of the other Genesis deities for basically their trying to destroy mortal life on Telestransia for their own goals. And in the process of this, Galagantia is no longer considered a deity under one of the original forces. Like, if you look at the quote-unquote PHB for Black Horizon, it says, like, deities of Ramiti, deities of Pen. It's basically the original forces claim ownership over the different gods, and if that ownership is ever relinquished, you are no longer considered, like, a proper deity. You're considered an independent deity, which basically is considered to operate outside of the forces of nature, like a force of nature. You're reality breaking, run risk of, the laws of nature and how they work and things like that. And so Galligantia is actually no longer connected to the original forces and is considered an independent deity. Not that this matters for Tafris, but Samashi is in a similar boat where they did something that got them cast out from the original force they originally served under and are now considered an independent deity. And so, as far as your connection to Galligantia, it has not been severed, it has not been injured or anything like that, because your connection to him was separate than your connection to basically the laws of reality of Telestransia. So everything there is fine, with Galligantia specifically. Yeah.
Right.
Lore. Yay.
Oh, it's the lore.
Yeah, there's nothing else I can give you until Nell decides to share a little bit more. So.
Okay. Right.
I have no idea what is going on.
I don't quite either.
Excuse me. Burp.
Where did you learn how to do this?
Last night.
Last night?
Dream?
Well, I'd make fun of that, but you actually did do it, so I suppose I can't.
So, someone told you to do this in a dream.
Mm-hmm.
And you
Was it?
did it.
Yes.
Okay.
They call themselves the Paradigm, right?
Yes.
Were they themselves? Okay.
Yes, they that entity itself called itself Paradigm, like that's its name or title or whatever, and it serves under the an entity called the Whole of Fragmentation.
Okay.
Which, with your history check, means nothing. You have no idea.
I'm just. There we go.
So what does this mean exactly?
Who told you to do this?
The Paradigm.
The Paradigm.
At least that's what it called itself. I didn't really ask too many questions.
Give me a
There
second.
are a lot of things I didn't understand.
The pair of dime? What is a dime?
What is a pair? Wait.
A pair
I'm
of
gonna try and search my big pulsating brain to see if I
so give me
know what the paradigm is.
Give me a history check with disadvantage.
Fair enough.
And then go ahead and give me another religion check, flat roll.
Okay.
Lore heavy episode, everybody.
God damn
Sorry, but also not
the
so
the roll I can't use was a nat 20. The other one's I mean it's still pretty good. It's an 11 plus 8. And then
19.
19 for the first one, and then history.
Religion. History is 19, and then religion
is 16.
Okay.
Pays to be smart.
You think on it, and it takes a while. Maybe you don't realize it because you're thinking internally or whatever, but Nell, you and Vulcan notice that Tafris is thinking for like a good 10-15 minutes. And you're searching all the stuff you've learned in school. You know, on the float, you guys learned a lot about deities and things like that, and significant figures within, you know, the operations of Telestransia and especially the original forces and everything. And you're thinking, and nothing's coming to mind, and then there's a sharp, like, pain right at the base of your neck, and you remember for a second the paradigm. It's the embodiment of rule and law and the standards. It's, to give it a quick little layman's term before, you know, whatever else, it is basically like Orios's grumpy grandfather. And while they don't have the power themselves to change anything, they are the physical representation of the truths that make everything what they are within Telestransia and the other realms. And it's been hypothesized that perhaps Paradigm stretches even further than just the known operations, the known universe. Perhaps it's from somewhere else entirely, and the Paradigm belongs to what are known as the theoretical forces, which are the basically banned, which is why it almost feels unnatural for you to be thinking about it. The banned, in concrete, more chaotic laws of nature and reality that shape the greater existence of everything, even above the original forces. It's wherever the original forces came from before they settled down in what is now Telestransia, and they are much more apathetic, they are much more observant, they don't care about Telestransia or anything happening here, but they observe it and they respond to it, and they are the foundations of what makes reality reality. And this is intentionally very complex, very concrete, very strange stuff, because they are concepts that cannot be grasped in mortal minds. And the paradigm itself, you know, it doesn't have a role. So the fact that it was sent here by something else means that something else is going on, and you guys are now completely tied to whatever that might be.
Cool.
And you've basically, aside from any of the independent deities, you have relinquished any aid, support, punishment, or any other interaction with any of the deities or original forces of Telestransia. So you can no longer pray for help, you can no longer be punished for divine whatever. You are outside of those rules and laws. So it's a blessing and a curse, and definitely something new that you will have to navigate.
Wake up, besties are just solar souls.
Paradigm, right. Theoretical. If I remember correctly, it's hard to explain, but like, just kind of represents is represents rule, law, all of that. Cool. Anyway, that's certainly an interesting one to be contacted by. Why they chose you, and someone who has no idea what it even is, I'll never know.
I'd like to think it's because of my pleasant personality.
I'm sure you would.
That's probably why they didn't choose you.
Fair enough. Anyway.
Probably good they did not choose me. I would not understand.
I don't really understand.
Well, what it means is, for the vast majority of the gods, they can no longer interact with us. You know, can't receive any punishment from them, but we can't receive help, anything.
Like the gods would want to help us anyway.
Likely not. Not all of them are nice, but we don't operate under their rules anymore.
Good.
No punishment sounds good to me.
Nothing to stand in the way.
I wasn't exactly planning on getting help from any of them anyway.
I'm not.
One that I do get help from is independent anyway, so...
I'm not a very religious man, so... I don't think I was asking for any help from them anyway.
Well... I mean... Thanks, I suppose.
I guess I don't know what this really means until
If
we
that
see
wasn't
something.
natural to say.
That means we're going to be history.
I suppose that's a good thing.
Well, I've always wanted to be history for something. Breaking the world is certainly a tall order, but one I'm more than willing to fulfill.
I suppose I'm already history among a certain amount of people. At least surround those who recognize the marking.
Well, perhaps we should clean that up. That little circle there, so nobody gets suspicious about it. I don't know.
If they found it, what did they do?
I don't know. I don't know how these things work. I'm not particularly religious either.
I doubt
You
they
look
could.
and it's already gone.
Oh. Although I guess none of us are now, even if we were.
Well, I guess now that we are awake, shall we get going?
Yes.
Sounds good to me.
Alright.
Alright.
Let's set off.
Yeah, so to kind of summarize all my big fancy schmancy words and everything, you guys have been contacted by, you know, the equivalent of reality. And they've said, hey, you want to fuck up reality? And Nell said yes.
Yes.
Now, how that is going to happen and what next steps you guys are going to have to take for that is still unknown. And you still will be receiving a boon at some point from the fragmentation, who sent Paradigm. But for now, yeah, you have cut off your connection to the original forces, and stuff is gonna happen. But you don't have anything else in the immediate related to that, so feel free to proceed as you were.
I don't know much about the what the afterlife is like in your world anyway, but I feel like getting cut off from most divinity is probably gonna make that not pleasant for us.
There's
Like
also I don't
anyway.
want to give any hints, but there's also another huge thing that you can no longer do that I am not going to spoil until it happens, unless you guys figure it out. But
we can no longer
revive.
So yeah,
Revivify.
Oh, that would probably not. Okay, so don't die.
Nobody fucking die.
So yeah, you begin your second day of travel. Who would like to roll me a d20?
I'll do
Yay!
it. Got a 6.
6? Okay.
Yep.
Real quick before we continue, I'm gonna grab another drink.
Yeah, go for
Yes, I'm gonna go get my water.
it. Water time. Water
Piss break.
time. Piss break. Shit, getting 5-dimensional, man. It's crazy. I'm here all alone and I don't think Gamma muted me. Oh no. Thanks, Jade. I'm vibing, you know. It took me so long to write that script because I was just like, how can I try to not use the same word twice while talking about insane concepts? It was very fun. Don't want to do it again for a while, but it was very fun.
I have grabbed a Pepsi.
Welcome back. I've been trying to keep chat entertained.
Oh. I'm sure we'll be fine.
No comment.
And if not, you know, we had a run.
Also, not obviously no hate or shame or anything like that. It was very, very appropriate to the character as well. But I love Nell being like, yeah, I want to do that, and then immediately doing it, knowing that it involved other people. Fuck you, everybody else.
It's very on brand of Nell.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, Vulcan doesn't really care because he doesn't understand yet.
To be honest, I don't really understand it, and I wrote the script. It took me like 5 hours because I was just like, I gotta say so much stuff that makes no sense, but also it has to sound grounded and sound like it makes sense. So, you know, it's fine.
No, really said those are a lot of fucking words, funky dude. But let's go.
Oh, trust me, I think I've said it like 3 times now. Sorry, chat, but it took me forever to write that script. And I like kept reading it over and being like, okay, this feels incoherent enough to be super smart.
Yep.
Like this makes, I guess, sense. It's the right amount of nonsense.
See, you could
And
say this all to Vulcan. Vulcan's just like, yeah, you're speaking words.
Yeah, I feel like it, especially with how Nell reacted, it had that perfect effect of someone just had a, you know, epiphany / psychotic break / religious experience, one of those things, and woke up and was like, I know the secrets of the universe, and they just sound like they've lost it. Because I mean, Nell was like, I did it. We're not connected to them anymore. And Vulcan were like, what? Why do you have a blood circle in the middle of the woods?
Oh.
Calm down, my guy.
So freaky to wake up, and then first of all, Nell being the little freak she is.
Yeah, you look like a little creepy wood witch. So it's
and then just
even
covered in her own blood. Like, I told our souls.
Oh my god! I wish I were less
Tuesday with the boys.
I wish I were less easily influenced. Today at work we had like, you know, the stupid like lollipops that candy shops were like spirally and really tall.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I hate lollipops because it's just gross. You just flavor your own saliva and then drink it. But my coworker was like, man, I really want one. And he like talked about it for like 1 second. I was like, fuck you, and I bought one. I bought 2, and I gave one to him, but now I have one and it sucks and I hate it.
What kind is it?
I don't want this fucking thing. It's just one of the rainbow ones.
Ah.
So it's flavored like sweet.
Sugar.
Yeah, pretty much.
I forgot
it's
who
gross and I hate
rolled it, but whoever rolled the 6.
I rolled a 6.
Okay, go ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I only make 5? 1, 2, 3. No, I made 6. Okay. Go ahead and roll me a d6, please.
Yeah, I'll do
6
that.
Tarrasques.
6 Tarrasques.
Yeah, I know you guys just literally broke reality, but now you have to fight a Tarrasque, so good luck.
Have fun.
Well, speaking of 6, I got a 6.
Yeah, 6? Okay. So you guys travel, you finally finished crossing the last bit of the delta and all the small streams and stuff. Hello? So it's kind of a straight shot now to a little dock right here, again, that Philgrade has given you on the map. Very much like the dock that the Turtle Man, rest in peace, was at, where, you know, it's kind of just a ferry service that goes back and forth. Not really a proper, you know, shipment dock or anything like that. It's just a place to ferry people across the water and things like that. So you guys begin your journey, and actually I have to roll. Hold on. Okay, these skies seem clear enough. It's kind of similar to yesterday. A cloud every now and then, but overall very clear, very purpley clear skies. And you guys continue on, and as you're kind of breaking through the last bit of tree line and going out to where it starts to become a little bit less like dirt and a little bit more like sand. It's a little bit paler. You can see a little bit less green, a little bit more blue in the purple colors and stuff like that. And kind of off in the distance a little bit, you see this very tall, probably a good like 60, 70 feet tall, just really poorly constructed tower of some kind. Kind of like the Eiffel Tower, but really fucked up. Yeah, and you can just kind of see it off in the distance. You guys are welcome to, you know, approach it. You're welcome to go around it and avoid it. You're welcome to just pass it and not give a shit. It's up to you guys.
Do you think there are good things in there? Things of value?
Only one way to find out.
I suppose so.
In the that thing? Likely not.
There could be something old that could fetch a good price.
Perhaps.
Or
Fine, we
maybe
can
some
make a
old
detour.
magic.
It's not like we're on a schedule or anything.
Yeah, I guess we'll head that way.
All right, yeah, and it's not much of a detour, you know, it's still kind of in that southeast direction. It's not super far off your path or anything like that. Probably, you know, an additional 10-15 minutes to your trip as you divert over with your striders. And getting closer, you see this kind of faded, a couple of the letters have been scratched off or are falling off sign that just reads Toothpick Lightning Tower. And it looks like there was a front door, but it's since kind of rusted over and fallen off the hinges, and it's there, but it's on the floor. So you can see the inside. It looks fairly dark. There's like a little bit of dull purple light, probably, you know, either arcane or some kind of bottled lightning of some sorts. Definitely not a natural light, but you can kind of see a little bit inside. It looks fairly dusty. There's a couple of desks and chairs and things like that, but overall looks pretty well intact.
Hold a moment.
Vulcan will firmly plant his hooves on the ground. I will activate my tremor sense as range of 30 feet.
Okay. Other than you and your compatriots, there doesn't seem to be anything picking up. No movement.
Nothing moving around. Nothing.
I mean, there's probably like a bug or two.
Bug.
Like a spider and a cockroach, but
Kinda bug.
Doritos.
He doesn't not existing for several thousand years.
well, because I feel like it would be almost more creepy if there was absolutely nothing in there. So there is, you know, expected
A rat.
movement. Yeah, there's probably like a rat.
No major movement. At least not in the immediate area.
Toothpick Lightning Tower, huh? Fun.
I suppose we should be careful. Does not seem the
Well-
most structurally sound.
I don't mind getting struck by lightning again. You, on the other hand, Nell.
Hasn't hurt too bad too far. So far.
I have not
Did
been
it almost
struck
get
yet.
you killed?
Mm-hmm. Walking in.
Well, if you're fine with it, I'm not going to argue.
In we go.
Inside.
All right, you go inside, and it's pretty straightforward. It's like maybe 20 feet by 20 feet, pretty big base to it. It's got 2 floors, or at least you can see 2 floors from here. There's this floor and some stairs that lead upstairs, obviously. And as kind of offhandedly predicted, as in I suggested it, there is just kind of dull, kind of blocked by glass, these purple arcane lit torches that kind of bring a cool light to the area. There's a couple of scattered papers that have a little bit of notes and notation on them. Some really old kind of cracked clay cups and stuff like that. Some spilled inkwells, and there's some kind of crate tucked up underneath one of the tables, but overall it's pretty vacant.
Crate.
You go to the crate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bomb inside. You have to
Inside the
defuse
crate,
it.
go ahead and roll me 2d4, please.
2d4
Yeah,
Tarrasques.
they're individual, so don't give me the total, give me the individual numbers.
It's a mini Tarrasque. Great.
Terasquito.
That'd be cute. Fucking read them. That one of them's a 2, and the other one is a 3.
Okay. So there is 5 bottles in this crate. 2 of them have this kind of deep green color, and it looks very, very shiny, borderline metallic, but still moves like a fluid. And then the other three are this very deep, thick, almost tar-like substance in them. You don't know what they are. You don't recognize this. It doesn't look like any sort of potion you've encountered in the past, but
The potions.
you got them now. You got some liquid.
Yeah, I love liquid.
It's a Lao squid.
I'll take it out and I'll look at those notes, see if anything's interesting on them, two, see if I can find anything specifically relating to the potions.
Okay. So reading through the notes, it's luckily they're in common, so there's no question of what languages do you speak, but they're in common.
I don't speak common.
No.
I remember someone tried to play that. And
I remember that too.
Gamma knows. I got so upset about it, but
How? God, that sounds awful.
Yeah, we had to translate every single conversation. Luckily, I think we only had like one session of it, but
Yeah, they stopped showing up.
yeah. But so the notes, again, I don't have like a proper written up document or anything, but they basically speak about Toothpick Lightning Tower and what it was used for, and it's basically a giant lightning rod, and is one of the several kind of structures and machinations that has been set up by Bastir, the town you guys are heading to help keep the electricity more predictable and more controlled. It basically, for a couple of decades, it was under observation to make sure that it was working effectively, and that if anybody needed to come here and get a night of rest or whatever, they would be able to do so safely without getting struck by lightning, which tested true, and so that's why nobody's really here anymore, because there's no need to keep it under any sort of monitoring. You do find out that it doesn't say which one is which, but the tower used to be well stocked with both insulation oils and conductive oils that would be applied to the workers in the tower respectively for repairs and such, to protect them from any lightning strikes if they happen to have to do any emergency repairs. So,
okay, so
one of the potions you have is conductive, and one of the potions you have is insulated.
I would assume that the metal one, the metallic-looking one, is the conductive one.
Yeah. From this, can I figure out? So if we stayed in here and there was a lightning strike on it, would we get hurt or would we not get hurt?
You would be fine.
Okay.
You would be fine. All of the notes basically, they're scattered and it's over several different dates and years, and like these are notes from the Eulian era, so this thing has been up for a while, but it's basically them being like, day 9,236, lightning struck, nothing happened, and then just different reports, and eventually the last one was like, place has been deemed safe for long-term, like structure and stuff like that, and there's no need to keep an eye on it anymore.
Yeah, until we show up and destroy it. That'd be a good way. That'd be a good way to start on destroying the world. Break one of the light, but then we'll get struck by lightning.
But yeah, that is everything on the first
But it'd
floor.
also be funny. Oh, conundrum.
Vulcan's gonna look around and see if he finds anything else of note.
Looking around the first floor, you don't see anything else. There's the stairs that lead upstairs, but as far as everything else down here, the crate was really the only thing that was not even like hiding anything. It was the only thing of interest outside of the notes. It was the only objects in here. There's the chairs and the tables and stuff, but there's not much in here. You can steal one of the torches if you want.
He's clip-clopping on upstairs.
All right.
Well,
so
this is a giant lightning rod. That's fun. Won't be struck though if it happens, but it seems clear out. On the other hand, if we wanted to risk getting struck, it does help regulate things around here. Collapsing it might, deregulate that.
Oh.
Me to my sleep cycle.
Perhaps we can do it when we leave.
Well, that would be ideal.
Yes.
But yeah, so... Alright, so Vulcan and Tafris, you guys are heading upstairs. Are you going with them now?
Yeah.
Alright, so you guys head upstairs, and
I'm here.
it's one of those, like, it's half the staircase a landing and then the other half of the staircase. So you go upstairs, and the rooms are roughly the same size. You couldn't see it from outside, which is a little strange. Not really sure if it's magic or if it's just the technology or whatever, but one of the walls here is composed entirely of a window that you can see out towards the town of Bestier, which you can kind of see from here. It doesn't look massive, but you can see that it has a couple of rather large buildings and then a bunch of little, like, small family houses. Other than that, can't get much detail because it is still a days away. The room itself is kind of similar to the downstairs. It's pretty bare, but something does immediately catch your attention, and that is in the center of the room is this, like, 1 foot by 1 foot square pillar that's about 5 feet tall. On it is this metal plate, and then sticking straight out from that is a metal rod.
Do you think this is the lightning rod? You think that conducts the lightning?
It's certainly part of it at the very least. As far as I could tell, this entire place is a lightning rod. Seems like an integral piece
Integral?
Thanks. Thanks. Seems like an integral piece of it.
So you think if we took it, it would put things in disarray?
I don't know. I'm not like an smartificer.
Yeah. Do you wanna make an intelligence check?
Yeah. Just to see if
you can do intelligence or Arcana, since you are studying magic.
I'll take Arcana, cause then I get my feedback.
Arcana for 500.
Yeah. That's a 16.
What is going on here? Breakfast.
Breakfast. Hey, that's 16.
Okay, so based on the notes that you read and then getting a look at this kind of upstairs area and even getting like a little bit of a closer look at the plate, there is very finely engraved. You don't even know if it's actually engraved. It possibly is written in that oil. One of the oils are these little arcane runes that help draw in lightning. And it seems like the tower itself is a lightning rod, but that this specific instrument here is magically enhanced to then collect some of that energy and store it inside of itself for whatever it might be used for later.
Take. Be careful.
Yes, removing it likely would. It kind of stores the lightning, so be careful when you take it.
So I don't know a lot about these lightning stuff, but
don't touch it with your bare hands.
If we did take it, and as we say, put it somewhere we need to break into, maybe cause a lightning strike in a certain place, you think that would be a good idea?
Well, we don't have the big tower to attract the lightning, but it'd certainly be a start at the very least.
Maybe if you just stand on top of wherever we're trying to break into.
Yes.
Leave it to the sky.
Don't hold it, but that could certainly be useful. More useful with us than here. Removing it, on the other hand, might be a bit... It's likely storing lightning already.
Then again, moving it, you'll probably get struck along the way.
Why move it when we can simply collapse the place?
True. Could not be opposed to that.
Well, it looks magically enhanced anyway.
Anything else around worth taking?
Keep going up.
Yes.
That's it. There's no more.
We
never
can't
mind.
keep going up.
The highest room. I go through the ceiling.
Is this, like, looking at this, obviously, like, who knows? Is it, I mean, it's, at least it has runes around it. Does it appear to be storing lightning currently? It's like if I touched it, would I get fucked?
It looks inert right now. It doesn't have any sort of charge to it. You've been, not that you've been here long, but you've experienced enough of Arashi Oi's lightning to know, you know, the signs of it, and, you know, with the torches downstairs and everything like that, it does not appear that there is anything on this piece of metal at the moment.
I'm gonna try and pull it out.
You do. It pops out.
Okay.
Hey.
I suppose it would be best in your hands, since you are more inclined to the lightning.
It probably wouldn't be best to take this into the town that constructed this.
Probably not.
Oh well, we can just throw it somewhere and destroy the tower.
I will say, especially after taking it out of its little pedestal, it does straight up just look like a normal metal rod.
Oh, okay, it's probably the runes around it that did that, but you know. Let's just fuck it. Let's just break the place. Come on, let's just collapse it. It'll be funny.
Let's just do
Come
it.
on. It'll be funny.
I'm good at collapsing things.
So
Come
are
on.
you still taking the rod, or are you leaving the rod and just collapsing it?
Fucking, you know, take the rod, I guess.
Okay.
Why not? Who knows if we'll need a giant metal rod.
Let's
All right. So
step outside.
what do you guys do next?
And bring the place down, yes?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Let me know your
didn't-
game plan. This is a
I
giant.
didn't turn off
you know.
Tefris' voice for that, and I
You
still
didn't.
turned it
So
off.
I was
Oops.
just gonna let. I wasn't gonna say anything. I was just gonna let it go.
Yeah.
I heard that was all canon.
Nell's
all
losing
canon.
their mind. Tafris is losing his. That was going crazy.
Join us.
Somehow Vulcan is the most sane.
Yeah, somehow.
Oh no.
Vulcan's got that goal.
He doesn't-
That
he
save
doesn't-
parents kind of thing going on.
He doesn't know enough to lose his mind.
You
Can't
must have
lose
an
what you don't
intelligence of
have.
at least this tall.
Brain cells never
Um,
had them.
But yeah, so you guys leave the Toothpick Lightning Tower. What are you guys doing to bring it down? This is a multi-ton hunk of metal. So what are you guys doing?
Nell is looking for any kind of supports or anything like that. Just kind of how it's built.
Yeah, so
anything that
it's-
she can destroy underneath it.
Yeah, so it's a pretty, you know, not primitive, that's not the right word, but it's a pretty simplistic building. It's 4 corners and 4 walls. It's pretty rectangular for those first 2 floors, and then it very much goes up into a thin pointed spike, you know, very comparable to like the Eiffel Tower in a way. It just looks really fucked up. It's like bent and curved and jagged. So it does have like these 4 support legs that come out on each corner of the building that it kind of looks like the tower itself was built and then this kind of 2-story little laboratory was constructed underneath it. So those 4 legs are probably where you're going to want to start if you want to take it down like from the ground up, or if you have some other approach you want to do.
I could probably disrupt one of them. I don't know how we want to go about the others.
Yeah, that is the only other thing I will point out before kind of just letting you guys take the reins on this. It is a tall building, and it is going to fall in a direction, and it is going to cause a reaction from the surrounding area in terms of aftershock and force and debris and things. So just keep that in mind as you're doing what you're doing.
Maybe we should move the birds away.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I like how that's what she thought about.
Look, that's what I, the
Birds.
player, think about. So, yeah, I should really...
Yeah, Vulcan will round the 3 of them up and walk them away a bit.
Okay, so you can collapse one of them. What are the supports made out of again? You said
Metal, aren't they?
Metal.
Yeah, it's just metal. It's a giant hunk of metal. Like even the walls of the building were metal.
Anyone got any acid?
Acid.
No.
The only thing I really have is erupting earth to break the foundation.
Vulcan ain't got shit.
I
to help, so.
I can try and destabilize it in a similar fashion to how I did in you know, our little little cave-in. I don't know how effective that will be here.
I will say, lightning will not do anything. You would know enough to know not to use lightning.
This is thunder though.
Okay.
Thunder.
Vulcan ain't got nothing to help. The most he can do is hit it with his horns. His horns are unbreakable, but that ain't really much.
Cassie. Cassie, fuck.
Oh, I'm thinking of campaign tomorrow.
Huh?
Cassie senses a disturbance.
There's a disturbance in the forest.
I feel like some fucking loser called my name.
To you.
What?
I feel like a loser called my name. It's true.
It seems that the sky's talking to you.
I don't know what to do about that.
He kind of looks like a
sky,
really
what's
rock,
up?
someone who thinks he's a lot cooler than he is.
That's really mean, but I think so, yeah. It's kind of giving insecurity, to be really honest with you.
That's quite strange, doesn't it?
Yeah. Why is he in the sky?
He seems quite angry, oh dear.
Nell. I am going to attempt to destabilize it using, you know, what we did in the cave. If you afterwards want to collapse one of the supports, try to do the one, you know, so it will not fall in our direction, perhaps.
Oh, I've got an idea. I can help.
I can help.
Vulcan will look for it. Are there any big rocks around?
Alright.
Go ahead and make an investigation check. Not for like actually looking for one, just to see if there would be one, because you're getting a little close to the shore.
14.
Nah. I'd say you'd probably find like a football-sized rock, but that's about it.
Football.
Anything else large?
Sports ball.
There's probably a couple like really old logs.
Okay, an American
water.
football or a regular football?
Either one loaf.
Don't call me a loaf.
Loaf of bread.
American football. Handball. The pigskin.
Rugby.
Rugby. Objects
Okay.
I've shoved up my ass. Hockey stick handle. Toothbrush handle. Coins. Pens.
I guess he'll just
Don't
take
have too much
a
of this.
big,
Pencils. Broomstick handle.
He'll just take a big log, and
Okay.
I don't know how effective it'll be, but he will kind of telekinetically huck it into the air and then very forcefully slam it down a few hundred feet.
Okay,
Okay,
my
how
current
much-
plan here, by the way, is I, go inside the tower and then thunderstep out of it to, like, destabilize,
Yeah.
and then those two work on the supports after I'm done with it.
Yeah, so I don't know the specifics of like your class and your class abilities and stuff like that. So how much can you move telekinetically, like weight-wise?
Let's see.
Because I know
5
like
million pounds.
the spell has a limit to it. It's a pretty high limit, but still.
Up to large size or smaller.
Okay. My sister is now helping the.
Yeah, I've been watching. She just keeps going.
Yeah, so large size or
Okay.
smaller.
Yeah, you'd probably be able to do so. I will say before you do it, and if it's just don't want you to waste your class resource or anything like that. It is like a water damaged, soggy log. It's not very sturdy, so there's not really any assurance of how much it'll do, but it's still there. So that is your choice. It would probably come down to a roll of how effective it would be rather than, you know, a sure chance of doing some damage. If you're comfortable with that. So that's just putting that
Throw
out there.
Nell at it.
Oh, Bob, throw me!
Bob, throw me!
Actually, it might be a good idea to prepare to protect against any debris. I'll do that.
Could throw one of the birds at it. They're fucking hefty. One of those birds probably weighs more than that log, to be honest.
No, Vulcan likes the birds.
They're useful to us. Okay, so we put the propelling stones on the top of the towers. They just knock it over. That would not work, but it'd be funny if it did.
We just moved the tower instead of knocking it over.
Yeah. Okay, so move the tower.
Moving towards town. They're like, hey, the tower's getting bigger. Oh shit.
Hey, you want to cause?
I can't wait until we come into town. They're like, hey, did you just break the tower? I'd be like, no. Nope.
Oh my god, it's broken.
What?
Oh my god.
That's horrible. Who would do that? Throwing away the lightning rod.
Oh my god, it's a second spell. They just hit the tower. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm not. I don't care.
Sir.
I was not 9/11.
I was not 9/11. Good to know.
But yeah, I will.
Keep coming up in my life, and it scares me.
I'll head in and thunderstep out of there to dehabilize. Yeah, so that I would assume I need to roll damage because it does do that. But you know.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and roll damage.
3d10.
Stop that. I don't like that. Good quote.
Vulcan is just preparing to psionically stop any debris that flies our way.
Yeah, I'm going like just inside and going as far away as possible.
Yeah,
so
I think
like
it's 60 feet for thunder.
90.
90? Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely in the clear. And then Nell, I'm assuming you're doing shatter
Yeah,
or erupting earth,
as soon as
Oh my god.
Tappers is out, I'll be erupting.
Oh my god.
One.
Okay.
That's pretty good. Fucking math. Math. How do you do math?
Oh,
I don't know.
Bro.
Calculator.
How do you add numbers?
My brain's on existential, cross-dimensional, cross-universe shit right now. I can't help you with math.
Alright, 24 thunder damage to this bitch.
Okay, yeah, that... So, especially being on the interior of basically this hollowed-out section of this metal rig, we'll call it, that definitely... You can see that the metal walls have kind of already started to warp. And there's already kind of a little bit of groaning and creaking that you can hear kind of echo in the open area. And
break one of the supports on the other side of us.
The supports are not like attached to the ground in any way. It's more just to keep it upright. So as you do the thunderstep, you actually see that it has already started like rocking back and forth. It is not. It is basically. It is held in place by its own weight, not necessarily from like concrete anchors or anything like that. So. It looks like it won't take too much more to at least knock it on its side. Maybe not destroy it, but at least knock it over.
Yeah. Nell is casting Erupting Earth on one of the beams. Or at least underneath one of the beams on the opposite side of us.
Yeah. What is the radius of Erupting Earth? Or range, or not range, but
cube.
Okay, no, so you won't be able to get both legs, but okay. So yeah, go ahead and roll damage. It's a construct, so it automatically fails. There's nothing it can really do.
Wahoo!
No, it saves.
That's not a 12. Where are my 12s?
It saves.
Somebody help me.
How are we supposed to help you? We are not in the same room. Oh, I found it!
Thank you!
Welcome!
You lied to me!
No, they found it. They just still have it.
Yeah.
They're not giving it to you.
There's a 12.
Hold on, I'll throw it all the way to where you live.
Yeet. Okay, I got it.
You got it?
Wait, fucking bitch. Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So I will assure you, just so you don't feel bad, this is definitely going to knock it over. The damage is more so just to see like if you're gonna break anything on a support.
No, I just immediately rolled a 1, so that's 15. 15 bludgeoning.
Okay, so yeah, it definitely, there's a very loud groaning sound as the support you cast the spell on buckles, and then the entire tower begins to fall to the far side away from you guys, and as it's falling even, it seems to kind of crack and bend on itself, kind of at that joint where the roof of the actual building part stops and just the like metal exoskeleton begins. It kind of crumbles in on itself, and so it falls and hits the ground. There is a spray of debris from all the sand and kind of surrounding, you know, fucked up logs and stuff, but Vulcan is able to kind of defend against any of that, so you guys are fine as far as that goes.
We're cool.
And so it doesn't fall completely flush to the ground because it does kind of have that kink in the middle of it, but it is effectively toppled over. It is a little kinky. It is effectively toppled over. You guys have pushed over the toothpick tower.
Yeah, guys, we're so cool. We pushed over a tower.
Pushed over your tower.
That's called cow tipping.
Vulcan will remember that.
Cow tipping. We both worked together to shove him over. I don't know if we could.
I mean, if you can push over 350 pounds.
Can try.
We could get there eventually. I say with the -1.
I still need to, like, I want to figure out how heavy Snowflake is, which is just so hard because he's so tall and really buff and made out of rock, so I don't want to do that.
Volume.
Yeah, but it also, I forget, like, the density of the rock he's made out of, the exact amounts of it, especially things like his tail, which is mostly rock, and it's very heavy. I don't know.
But yeah, so the tower falls, there's a lot of noise, you hear, like, the screams of different birds and a little bit of wildlife. There's not too much wildlife here, again, it is kind of beachy, so it's mostly just seagulls and stuff like that. So it's a lot of them kind of fluttering away.
Beach rats.
Beach rats, exactly.
Yeah, seagulls.
It's the rats.
But yeah, eventually, you know, you hear the kind of dusty sound of sand settling, and it's quiet again, except for the occasional kind of squawking.
Yeah. I don't want the lightning rod, because suspicious, even though it is just a regular stick, someone does it. Whee!
Into the ocean you go.
Also, I don't know what we do with it, so...
Oh, you're throwing... Okay, you're throwing away the lightning rod.
I don't fucking want it.
Okay.
It's just a piece of... Is it? I mean, it is, right? Just metal? I don't know.
It appears to be a solid piece of metal. That is,
you said,
that's all I will say.
It appears to be shit. But if we walk into town with it, but also I want it.
Yeah, because you were saying you were expressing concern about people seeing it and being like, and it looks like it's just a, you know, rod of metal. It's nicely polished, but it is, you know, it's very much lead pipe hitting the ground kind of looking.
Fuck it, I'll keep it.
Worst case scenario, you could just wrap it up.
If someone asks about it, I'll just hit them over the head with it.
Yeah.
Bonk.
I mean, even if someone does ask, like, what do we care if they ask?
Oh, right, that's true. I forgot that we're evil. I forget sometimes that we don't care too much about consequences.
Sees that we stole something.
It's hard to
fucking kill you.
It's hard to remember sometimes that we're like evil and don't really care if people know that.
Yeah, it's fine.
I can excuse the murder, but I draw the line at stealing a lightning rod.
Stealing an unused piece of junk. Alright.
Well, good job.
Oh, that was effective.
Not the first building to collapse, but it was fun.
I should learn a bit of magic. And a small bit.
I'd offer to teach you, but I don't think you'd pick up. I don't think you pick up my way of doing it too well.
Probably not.
You mean just the normal way of doing it?
I meant doing it by learning. You know, reading.
Oh. You can do that?
I read books
I'm
sometimes.
a wizard. I have a spell book.
I thought it was all pictures.
It's not just picture. That's not how spells work.
Oh, if there's pictures, I could probably do fine.
There's no pictures.
Oh, sad.
Someone hates fun.
I like fun. This kind of fun, anyway. I don't draw pictures.
Pictures can be pretty fun.
Right.
I can make people see the pictures in their minds.
Fun.
Like this.
And he'll kind of he'll stare into your eyes, and there looks as though there is a red dragon standing behind him.
Clever trick. I assume, unless you manage to summon a red dragon, that would be a lot more impressive.
Well, these delusions are very effective. It's more than just appearance.
I see.
But let's see if we can cause a bit of havoc in town, yes?
Yes, I hope they don't try and blame us for their tower, even if it is our fault. They don't have to know that.
And well, even if they do, what do they do about it? Lock us up?
They can try. It would certainly be annoying, especially considering we have something to do there.
In my eyes, we had nothing to do with it. We were just passers-by.
We've never seen a lightning tower before.
What's a lightning tower?
We've been struck by lightning, so we know what a lightning tower is.
Legally, we can't be struck by lightning if we know what a lightning tower is.
It's not how legality works.
That's exactly how legality works.
Vulcan will bring the Striders over.
We're beyond
Yeah,
the
they
laws anyway
look
now.
they look a little spooked from, you know, a giant building falling, but they're fine. Overall.
Mine look evil.
We'll feed
He
them.
glares at you, but he still lets you get on.
We'll feed them ration.
Nom 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 nom.
What have I ever done to this bird? Fed it?
Exactly. It's just tactless.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't like the bird either, and the bird doesn't like me, so it's a hate-hate relationship, and it works.
Exactly, it's mutual.
Yeah.
Climb one thunder.
But yeah, so after searching through and toppling the tower, you all proceed. There's still a good, 8. That's too much. Probably about 6 hours of daylight left before you guys will have to stop and make camp. And going off of that schedule, you will probably arrive around 11 a.m. at Bestier, or you guys are welcome to kind of go through the night if you would like and arrive, super early in the morning and catch a place to sleep. The last major point that you guys have to do is getting actually over to the docks and crossing the little outlet here, and then the last little trek to Bestier. Which you'll probably be able to cross this by the end of today. So you guys can make that call after you cross about whether you'd like to just continue on or go all the way or take a nap through the night.
We should probably make camp. Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay. So
we're smart fellows.
Okay, so you guys
brain cell.
You guys make your way past the Toothpick Tower and make it to the docks here. Again, they're not... it's not a town or anything, so the docks don't really have a name. There's just kind of this, basically a fishing shack, and then next, surprisingly smaller than the fishing shack, is a little house that has a window, and you can see through the window where there's a bed and a desk and a small little kitchenette area. And very similar to the Turtle, sleeping on this kind of wicker rocking chair is you recognize them as a Dragonborn, but it's not a typical Dragonborn, especially not one that you've seen, Tafris. They are kind of smoother. They're definitely scales, but it's more of how you'd see on a snake, where they're kind of all small and flushed together rather than, spiked plate-like scales. The head is a tad bit rounder. There's still a snout, but it kind of is a smoother transition from the eyes to the snout than a pretty defined change.
Salamander.
And the skin itself is this incredibly dark black, and all of the joints and kind of across the fingers and across the face and things like that are these kind of cracks almost that are deep and glowing an orangish red color. Yes, this you might not recognize it, but you know of them. They're not unique or like unheard of, but this is a salamander dragonborn, specifically from a vent dragonborn, which are just or vent dragon species, who are a type of salamander dragon that live really deep in the ocean near thermal vents and stuff like that. So they have that kind of look to them. He is wearing kind of just a pretty, almost like sailor's getup with like a loose kind of frilly pirate shirt and some tight leather pants and a little straw hat folded over their head. They seem to be napping. There's like a little rolled up tobacco leaf or some kind of herb that they're very unsafely never do this. Chat, don't ever do this, but he seems to have fallen asleep while smoking whatever he may have lit up.
Sucks to be evil, man. Sucks that we're definitely, almost certainly going to kill him too. Whatever. I can't discriminate and only kill people I don't find hot.
I mean,
you absolutely can.
No judgment here. If that makes you more evil, it makes sense.
Attractive and useful.
Okay, but I find it attractive just Tafris. I don't know.
I don't know, does he?
I don't know, does he? Like, not all of my characters have my taste. I kind of don't think Tafris does, so.
Roll insight on Tafris.
Does Tafris know his own taste? I doubt it.
Probably not.
Considering things, I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it basically seems like this guy lives here and mans the docks, and that's about all that's here.
This scenario seems familiar.
I was gonna pull up. I got this from a wallpaper website, so it should be copyright free. It should be fine. But this is we'll be using for Bestier. So it looks a little bit like this. It's kind of more of just the purpley sands. Pretty flat, not as much vegetation because you're kind of in this docks area. But yeah, he's sleeping.
Well,
Is familiar in what way?
Familiar in the way that we came across this scenario and killed the person who took us across the water.
Threw him in the lightning lake.
This lake isn't
Sizzled.
This lake isn't lightning, and also the salamander dragonborn would probably be fine.
You could light him on fire.
He is kind of cute.
Really?
Yes.
Who am I to question your tastes?
What do we need from him anyway?
Boat. We have the stones to make it go. We just need something to get across.
Then leave it to me.
And walk over.
Okay.
Hello.
You see, kind of jerks awake. The hat kind of falls off the head and flops to the floor. Hello. Need a ride over?
Oh, yes. Was wondering if you would let us take the lead. We have a means of getting across pretty quickly and easily. You can send the boats back.
I'm afraid I don't have any boats for you. But, no, I kind of do it manual way. He kind of pulls up the sleeve of his shirt and gives a little flex of the muscles.
Just gonna swim us across.
Wait, so you're going to swim?
Oh, no. Not the best swimmer.
And how?
Don't really. It's fine. And he kind of pulls his shirt off and extends out this rather large wingspan of two dark black wings, and the inner lining of the wings looks like this magma type color to it.
Oh, easy.
My immediate reaction was he's gonna throw us. That'd be cool.
Mine was
You
that
have
too.
I can make normal NPCs, okay?
I can't.
Big hand in the sky, big hand in the sky.
Well, my
What do you want me to do? A big hand in the sky?
I'll probably just fly you over.
Oh. Then, would happily take you up on that.
We paying for this?
No, it's free. I'm just killing time while my dad's in town.
Good. Then I believe it's settled.
Alright. I only got 2 hands, so unless someone wants to hold on to my legs, who wants to go first?
Hey,
I can do 2 of you at a time, however you prefer.
well, I could carry you, you could carry me and I could carry someone else.
Sure. Whatever you all are comfortable with.
And, yes, I suppose that would work. But maybe even pull one of you along with my mind.
My mind powers.
I don't particularly want to be carried by either of you, but I guess I'd have to choose the Vulcan.
Alright, who wants to be carried by my arms and which wants to be carried by my mind?
I'll take arms.
Guess I'm taking mind then.
I've got 2 shoulders if somebody wants.
I'll just go with you then.
Okay. I just, not that I oppose, I've never heard of mine carrying before, and I don't really want to see anybody plummet on my watch, so...
I think it'd be quite amusing.
Alright. Did you all need to take care of anything else before we go over?
Oh yeah, we have birds.
I don't suppose you know where we could keep these 3.
Oh, follow me. It kind of takes you over to the fishing house, which it's called a fishing house, but there's like a fishing rod that's broken sitting on the outside of it, and he opens it up, and inside is just like a bunch of chickens with seed all over the floor. They can go in here. They can have the feed or the chickens. I don't really care.
Okay. Thunder, I will be back for you.
Cute name.
Thank you.
Goodbye, fertilizer.
Yes, goodbye,
Interesting
bird.
name. No name. I think I'm starting to get a read on you all.
Wrong voice. I don't know, I'm lazy. I need to make a keybind.
Alright, when you all are ready, just let me know.
I think Vulcan will very endearingly kind of take both of his hands and press his forehead up against Thunder's very lightly.
It touches back, but it seems a little confused by the gesture, so it just kind of like the other 2 of you can see it like look at like Nell and then Tavris, and then just kind of like a little bit of a questioning shrug to the feathers or to the wings.
I'll pet him after.
I don't fucking know, man.
Just go with it.
Accepts the pets.
Then off we go, I suppose.
If fertilizer dies, feel free to bury him in the ground.
Alright, will do.
A bird dies, drop him into the water.
Could feed the water as willies.
Minotaur man, did you want to take any of this stuff with you? He kind of points to the bags of stuff all tied around,
Yes, probably
Thunder.
a good idea. Yes. I've got room in my bag.
Okay. How much are you going to try to take with you?
He'll take the bone dust, and he'll take 3 of the bags of gems.
Okay.
Yums.
Cool. We'll say doing that, we'll say that you have about 15 of each gem should you need to use them.
Okay.
And then obviously bag of bone dust. Alright. Any last other things before he takes you on over?
I don't think so.
Alright. feel free to position and adjust yourselves however you want as we go. Just try not to tug on the wings or we will plummet into the water, and that won't be the most fun.
No, that'd be awful.
Tragic.
Not as bad as some places, but it is still not quite safe.
We should tuck and pull on the wings, guys. That'd be cool.
Hey guys, I think we should.
It'd be funny. We'd have to swim, but like, whatever.
So if you guys are all ready to go, he will lead you to like the very edge of the dock. And so who is riding with him?
I'm riding with him.
Okay.
Yeah, Vulcan's essentially gonna have him carry Vulcan over, and Vulcan's gonna carry Nell.
Okay. So he kind of bends over for a second, and Tafris, you feel an arm kind of come up under, like, your hip-waist area, kind of almost under your butt, but your tail's there, so it's above where your tail is, and you are hoisted up onto, like, his arm, and Vulcan, he goes and does the same thing to you, so you guys are basically two barrels up on his arms right now, and you can feel the intense heat coming off of the underside of his wing, thinking that maybe it's not just coloration that's on the inside of those wings, and with this kind of extremely wide wingspan, he kicks off from the docks and basically effortlessly flies you guys over at a very high speed.
Uncomfortable with the physical closeness, but you know, we do what we gotta do.
Well. So obviously, I don't have the map up anymore anyway, but the map is not entirely accurate. It is probably a good 5 to 7 minute ride across this little inlet before you will be on the Bastir Peninsula. So if you guys wanted to do any mischief, you will have time to do so, or you guys can just enjoy the ride over and land on the other side.
As much as I would love to do mischief, it's probably best not to do it to our own detriment.
Yeah.
Also, I gotta respect, you know. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I respect that. I won't kill the person you find attractive. Okay. Unless you ask me to, and then I will.
Kill for love.
Yeah.
But yeah, about 6.5 minutes later,
if I can't have you, nobody can.
His speed significantly drops, and you do see that probably for the first time since you met him, he does kind of struggle a little bit as the sudden change in speed kind of throws your guys' weight forward, and he stumbles a little, dropping about 20 feet, but he is able to regain his balance and land you all softly on the other side. And he kind of folds his wings back in, and you don't know where he put it, but he does put his shirt back on. All right. Enjoy your visit, I suppose.
Hey, thank you. What's your name, friend?
I'm Khalida.
Nice to meet you. I am Vulcan.
You too.
Say, we should chat again sometime.
Sure. I'll probably be at that little dock boathouse for at least a few days, so feel free to visit whenever. He looks around a little bit. He's patting his pockets, but what he's looking for is not a pocket item, but kind of pats the pockets of his pants, looks around before just like, oh, it's over here, and walks over to a post where this really is pretty large golden bell is, and he kind of points to it. Ring that. If I'm on the other side, I'll hear it and I'll come pick up whoever's here.
Sounds like a plan.
Cool. I'm gonna go back now.
Safe travels.
Thanks. Right. And you see he kind of like is like, oh right, and it has to take the shirt back off again and then flies over.
He was quite nice.
Seriously, Vulcan.
What?
The first person you see.
It's not the first person I've seen.
couldn't have made your attractions any more obvious. I'd never let myself be caught so blatantly that, like, somebody.
Is that so?
I'm surprised you didn't see it. Again, I guess some people are really dense.
You don't have to talk bad about yourself like that, Tavros.
I'm talking about it in the love kind of sense.
Well, you
It's amazing
surely
how
love someone, yes.
No.
No? You've not felt love before?
You don't really have time for that.
There's plenty of time for love.
A little bit busy.
With what exactly?
This.
You said you wanted to have fun. Is love not fun?
His picture books.
Not particularly. Quite like the opposite. That's why I'm a villain.
Outdoor.
You're a what?
Wait a minute.
I know, shocking.
You lied to me!
Hold on. Are we bad people?
Oh my god, guys, are we the bad guys?
Are we the baddies?
Yes, you are. Work.
Oh. Slay!
Dink!
Look, point is, I would never so blatantly flirt with somebody like that.
Not even me.
Especially not you.
Hey.
Damn!
Why not?
Not really my type.
Yeah, fair enough. So what now?
Now we head into town. Should probably stop along the way.
Yes, it is after flying over, it is the sun has like just disappeared behind the horizon. So the sky, it's a little pinkish because of, purple, but it has that kind of orangey red hue of the last bit of sunlight before it is nighttime.
We could travel throughout the night, however, and this place is probably safer than where we were. However, considering the first night we ever traveled together, the three of you got attacked by a swarm of birds and robbed. I think it's worth it to stay safe.
Attacked by a swarm of birds.
I wasn't.
And they robbed you?
No, they did.
Crafty birds. Is that why you hate the birds we got?
That's a good question.
I wasn't the
like
one
my
robbed by them.
You weren't even good enough for the birds.
I just don't see the need to be affectionate with them like you two were.
Hey, affection goes a long way. You'll build a bond. Something might return the favor.
It's not worth the effort.
Fertilizer would feed the earth one day. Worth being
You don't need-
honored.
You don't need to have a bond with fertilizer to make it do that.
I don't have a bond.
And
He was useful.
to say it's not worth the effort, I don't think it's worth the effort to try and do everything on your own either. Quite the contrary.
I recognize the strength in teams, but we don't need to be friends in order to work together.
It makes things easier.
Who would want to be friends with you?
I don't know. I try to make it so nobody is.
You're doing a very good job.
Thank you.
I don't dislike you.
Well, that's a first. You're certainly a lot more agreeable than the one you replaced. He really hated me, though I suppose I gave him several reasons to.
Well, I imagine when you're that old, you make a lot of enemies.
In my defense, I'm not the one who tried to... I didn't try to mess with him the second I met him.
I would have.
Him or me.
Him.
I was just going along my way and we spoke in my head. Cause I don't remember what it was, I think it was prank.
Oh, I can do that one too. Very amusing.
It's lowbrow comedy.
It is entertaining to me.
Of course it is.
Have you ever seen a king rip a loud fart in the middle of his courtroom?
I don't particularly spend my time around royalty.
It is quite funny.
It's a waste of time.
Haha, stinky.
Sounds like it. Payoff isn't that great.
Yeah.
Unless you can get away with casting it silently and know who you did it.
I can. But that trick I showed you earlier, I can be invisible to some people.
I wish I'd picked up something like that. Oh well. I don't care if people know what I'm casting.
But let's send him to town, yes?
Yes.
Sounds like a plan.
It's usually easier to just kill them before they have time to react.
Hey, I suppose.
That shopkeeper. That was fun.
What can you do now? What you're saying?
Oh, I just turned into something else entirely.
Like what?
Yes. Druid, aren't you?
Animals.
Oh,
People like puppies.
cute. I do like puppies. I think I am people.
That you are.
Makes it easier to stab people in the back.
Ah, scary puppies.
Strategic puppies.
Yes.
Yeah, strategy and deception is certainly a good way to do it. Prefer to be direct, but I suppose it can't be picky. As long as it gets accomplished, I don't really mind the method.
But yes, let's press on then. Seems we've got a bit of work to do.
Let's make camp before it gets too dark.
Yes, that too. Let's rest.
Okay, so you guys are resting for the night?
Yes.
Okay.
We resting.
So yeah, easily enough. You know, there seems to be, if you guys want them, there seems to be little like cleared out campsites on this side of the dock anyway, maybe by Salida or whoever, you know, else has passed through here. You see kind of long since used fire pits that are kind of still standing, some half log benches that are propped up, and you know, places where the sand has been kind of pressed down and evened out so it won't get all in your stuff, and things like that. So you are more than easily able to make camp here if you would like to, or you can, you know, go somewhere a little bit more secluded if that's what you prefer to do. It is your choice. I just got saliva everywhere. What is wrong with me?
It's your choice. Yeah, we'll make a camp. And they already have a campsite. We'd be a fool to refuse it.
Alright.
We'd be silly gooses.
We are silly gooses.
Up to anything before you're done take on that?
We're evil gooses.
Fucking all make some food, make some
Evil gang.
dinner.
Yeah, easily. You probably still have leftover goat that you were able to bring with you, so you can cook up that, or you can make something else. You can probably, you know, fish out something from the water if you wanted. It would take a little bit, but you could probably fish out, or even in the more shallow parts of the water where, you know, it's probably safer to get your toes and hands in. You could probably find, you know, some shellfish or something like that, clams and such, but it is up to you guys.
I am so dumb. The voice volume of the clean voice on voice mod I have turned down a significant amount. So, let's see. Am I louder now?
No.
I think it's on the same.
Wait, does that even affect anything? Let me see.
So you also didn't have the
voice. But am I quieter
turned
now?
Slightly?
No.
Like
I don't
the
think so.
tiniest bit? Not really like.
I didn't hear a difference anyway.
I don't know how it works. I guess since it's clean, it probably wouldn't do anything. Okay.
Yeah, probably not.
Whatever.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. I will say, Tafris doesn't look like, he'll never say it, but he looks like he's enjoying it, at least the food. He appreciates it.
No, Mom, I don't want to eat my broccoli.
Yeah, pretty much.
Also, I thought it was funny.
This food's
mentioning toes in the water. Vulcan laughs at not having toes.
Go get some.
Water
mine.
But yeah, unless Vulcan / Gamma would like to go into more specifics, you guys have a very nice dinner and are able to kind of cozy up for bed pretty easily. Not having to take care of the birds is a little bit of a weight off your shoulder for the night, so yeah.
Yeah.
You guys get to bed very easily and enjoy the benefits of a long rest, a night undisturbed, just the gentle kind of lapping of waves. And it's interesting because the last time you heard the waters here in Arashi Oi, it was filled with that kind of background static and electricity that almost sounded like, you know, the squeaking of styrofoam at times, just with its constant, like, you know, crackling and things like that. But now it just kind of sounds like a normal beach, and it's very relaxing. So yeah, you get the benefits of a long rest, and you wake up bright and early, a good old 7:45-ish. The sun is coming up, and you guys have about, you know, 4-ish hours till you arrive in Bastir.
The sound of lapping waves and TikTok snore.
Oh. Oh.
I need to make a new spell called No Snoring, and the components. No. The components are a cloth rag in which you stuff into the person's mouth.
Vulcan might eat it.
Okay, the components are a cloth rag soaked in poison, so if you eat it, you die. You still probably, because it's soaked in poison, it's in your mouth, but you know, NOP.
Alright, so...
Not our problem!
So it's a pretty quick journey to the, to Bastir from where you are, but I do need someone to give me a... It's not a d20, because it's a shorter trip. Give me a d10 roll and just let me know if it is odd or even.
Emmy's turn.
Okay.
Don't fuck up.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm
fuck
gonna
up.
fuck up.
Do fuck up, it'll be funny.
9.
It is odd. Okay. So you guys have begun your day's journey, and the outskirts of Bastir is surprisingly lush. Considering the past, you know, day and a half of travel has been pretty open, sandy plains and stuff like that. It's a little surprising to see kind of more tropical plants and stuff kind of begin to pop up. There's not quite enough for there to be a forest or a jungle or anything like that, but enough that, like, you sometimes have to step out of the way of, like, a plant or duck underneath some leaves and things like that. And you're passing through this kind of more dense vegetation, and you hear the sound of almost... I don't know how to describe this. It's almost like... I should have written down how to describe this. It's like a tearing sound, but if it was like really muffled and underwater. And then you hear kind of like a and
I'm gonna kill this nerd.
And and the sound of something rolling and just kind of before it stops. Okay. That's
oh my god.
You don't quite see whatever it is. It's still off in the vegetation. It's kind of obscured at the moment.
Find location time.
How much further away does it seem? Like, how far ahead does it seem?
It really doesn't seem that far away. It's maybe 15 feet. It's just whatever it is probably small and is just behind some taller growing, you know, ferns and large leaves.
Can I tell vaguely where it is with my blind sight? I got 15 feet.
I mean, it's not invisible. So
I think Vulcan.
I mean, you can tell from, it's not far, so you can tell from the sound alone that it is like to the, if you're facing north, it's to like the northeast of you. Like it's just right in front of you off to the right. It's just not in your immediate line of sight.
Vulcan will reach forward and try and pull this person out of the vegetation towards us.
Okay, so you reach through, and your hand closes around something quite small, and there's a bit of like a, oh my gosh, and you pull through, and you don't quite recognize the material that you have in your hand, and you pull through, and it's something none of you have ever seen before, as it is a probably about halfling sized, about 2.5 feet tall, all white. Like the clothing, it's all white, and it's very like not furred, but very fluffy, puffy. And the head of this creature is like pig-like. It has floppy ears and a little snout. It's kind of got a pinkish brown color to it. Hello?
Who are you?
My name is, and the sound it makes is incomprehensible.
Run that by me again.
And it happens again.
Right.
Can you do it in common, please? Your best translation of it.
Oh. And you see he reaches up. He's got like this deep bluish black glove on his hand, and he reaches up to this thing that he's wearing around his collar, and he turns a little something on it, a couple, and he's got, there we go. I suppose it would be best pronounced as Atbo in your languages.
Atbo?
Right.
Atbo.
Right. So, what was attacking you?
I don't think anything was attacking me.
What happened to you?
Oh, that's a complicated question. Well, do you mind filling me in where I am? Real quick, before I...
You are near Bastir?
Bastir, and you see he reaches and pulls out a little something from his pocket. You don't know what it is, it's just a little square box, and he kind of taps on it a little bit. He holds it up to his face. Bastir, do we have anything on Bastir? And pulls the box away and seems to tap on it a little bit more. Oh, I see. I am not supposed to be here. Whoopsies. So, big friends, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind pointing me in the direction of an incredible power source of some kind? I need to get back to my home, and this is not it.
Where is your home?
Oh, man, And he says more incomprehensible things.
Domin, please.
I don't think it has an accurate translation.
What is
it?
your home?
Where?
Not here. The simplest way I could put it is just not here.
Like on another plane or something?
Something like that. Yeah. A little further away, but yes. Yeah.
Other than another plane.
So, what happened to you? Do you not remember?
Well, I was doing a job. I was fixing something for someone, and then there was this little surge of energy, and then I got launched, and then I got launched a little harder than I was anticipating, and then I kind of ripped through, and now I'm here.
What's that stupid cube thing you keep talking into?
Oh, you mean my phone?
What?
Nope, don't do it. Don't code.
It's a phone.
Don't worry about it. Think of it like he kind of pokes at it a little bit. It's like a sending stone and a light spell and all that stuff kind of wrapped up into one. It can do a lot of stuff. Think of it like a really, really, really fancy like spell scroll.
Snatch.
No. Please give that back. I need that so I can get back home. I gotta be able to talk to my people.
Stuffle.
You mean like the stuff in the water?
That's foam.
Foam?
Sea foam.
Yes, a foam.
No, this is a phone.
Oh, I think it has an in. Not
Yeah, the end sound.
I'm gonna attempt to use this strange and mysterious device, this cuboidal thing.
Okay, how are you attempting to use it?
Okay, so what is it? I mean, okay, is it just me as a person who, you know, has a phone in the real world? Is it like, would you more describe it as like, it's a smartphone, so it's like a touch screen?
It's got a touch screen, it's got a couple buttons on the side. Fiddling with it, you probably accidentally hit the like, not power button, but like the lock button, and it opens up, and you recognize numbers, and there's something written in a language you cannot begin to comprehend, and some dots, and also a little picture. You know what a picture is. That's not, you know, anything insane.
It's the picture of
illustrations and cameras exist, but it looks like Atmo, your little pig, not friend, but pig person here, with another smaller looking pig kind of held in his arms. He's wearing a different outfit. He's wearing what looks kind of just like a robe of some sorts, and the little kid is also wearing a similar looking robe.
Nell's doing like when you have something that a kid wants to look at, but you're too tall for them, and like kind of leaning over the arm and pulling it down just slightly.
Yeah, and Atmo is very much like not even up to your knee height. It's kind of just banging on your legs like, please give that back. Please give that back. I need that. Please give that back. That is not a toy. It is not.
Vulcan,
please.
Can you like hold him or something so we can keep looking at this?
He's too loud.
We will give it back, perhaps. What does it do?
No, please, you're not supposed to take things from other worlds into other worlds. It'll cause problems. You're not supposed to have that.
Wait, problems, you say? What kind of problems?
It messes with you know, the continuums and laws and things like that, and I really am not supposed to be here, and it would be great if we just pretend this never happened. You never explained this to anybody, talk to anyone.
Continuums?
Yes, you know, there's really strong forces at play, okay? And can you please just listen to me? I know you just met me, and you don't really seem like the nicest of people.
Anymore. Sources now.
Wait.
And we are kind of in the business of messing things up.
This seems like a perfect situation, actually.
Hold on. You said... Oh, no, please give that back. Please give that back.
I'm never giving it back.
No. If you're not bound to the laws of the forces anymore, you got it. Please.
Why?
It'll ruin so much. It'll destabilize everything. Like, even you guys will be in danger.
What will you do for us if we give it back?
I don't have it. You took the one thing that I had with me.
And I suppose then we have authority.
This is probably a worse idea, but I need to get back so I can start trying to fix this. What if I trade you for this instead? And he reaches behind him and pulls out. It's an interesting looking thing. It's got a kind of ovular, rounded rectangle part to it that sticks out and has, you know, a couple weird, almost button looking things on it. And then there's a part that he has held in his hand that is kind of thin and rectangular, and his finger is pointed out and curled around a little bit that pokes out from the bottom of the more rounded part. I'll give you this. It's a pretty powerful tool and weapon if you can figure out how to use it. If you give me my phone back,
What is it?
What is it?
It's a weapon.
What
You guys
kind of
seem like
weapon?
you like weapons. Take it and give me that back, please.
No, give me that.
Just
Can
take
I
the weapon
end-
also.
Vulcan pushes
Just
him
also take the
over.
weapon.
Vulcan pushes him over and takes
Nerd
it.
boy.
No, God, please. It's not gonna work if I don't give you access to it. It's
Give
not
me.
gonna work right now.
Give us
kind of
access
access?
to
I'm
it.
not gonna give you access to it if you don't give me my phone back.
I could
What
break
kind of
your
access
mind
does
and
it
your face.
What? There's so many people talking to me.
I could break you if you didn't give us access.
Well, then I'll be broken and you'll not have access anyway. It doesn't solve your problem.
And you won't have your
Person with you
phone.
on the phone.
Well, I'll be dead, so I won't need the phone anyway, would I?
I suppose
not.
not.
Do you
don't
even
have to-
know how to work a phone? Is that thing even of any use to you? Do you know how to use it?
It is,
I don't want it for
Touches
its.
it.
I don't want it for its immediate use. I want it because you said it'll mess stuff up being here.
Oh my gosh.
It is glowing, and that is enough for me. It's
Eventually, it's gonna stop glowing because it's gonna run out of power, and you guys have no idea how to restore power to it, so.
Jealous.
I'm not gonna tell you, I need it back!
I'm sure it could be charged magically some kind of way. Yes.
Did plenty of lightning related things.
There's a lot of power here.
This is the worst people to run into when you make an accidental jump. This is terrible.
Your voice is annoying.
Thanks.
It is.
You know, my
It's kind
voice
of
is
funny
actually
when it's-
considered quite appealing in my homeworld, alright? So I don't want to hear it from you.
Where is
I
it?
Scaly
never. What?
Exactly.
I never want to visit your home world.
And you
Awful.
shouldn't. That's the whole thing. Only certain people are supposed to go between worlds, and you're not them. So give me my phone back.
No.
But what do we have to gain by giving you your phone back?
You know, your stability in reality. You know, you won't be ripped apart particle by particle, and your
That
very
sounds
existence wiped from the
boring.
reality of existence.
Sounds lame.
Anyway,
Oh my gosh. Whatever. Keep
Nell's
the
gonna
phone.
try to
I'm
take
gonna go
the-
try to figure out how to get back, and he just starts walking off.
Nell's
Have
gonna
fun.
like nudge to take the phone from Tappers.
I'll hand it over. He doesn't really want it. He just wants to have it in our possession.
They're gonna start just messing with it, pressing any buttons that are on it,
Buttons.
tapping it.
You've turned the volume up, you've turned the volume down,
Hey.
you've locked the screen, you've unlocked the screen, you've locked the screen, you've unlocked the screen, you've locked the screen, you've unlocked the screen. If you try to press the numbers, you've probably locked yourself out for like 3,984 minutes. You're making great progress. You know, you did more than Taffers did, to be honest.
I have some bad news.
What does it do?
Why is there a bigger number now?
I don't know.
Is big number good or is big number bad?
I think big number would be good, right?
Big numbers usually
Big
are
number,
better.
bigger.
Well, maybe
I can make
big-
it flash, and no, just gonna
Flicking it on and off.
Maybe maybe the bigger we make the number, the more destabilized things
Yeah,
get.
that's what I was thinking.
I will say, there also, now that you're looking at it closer, there is also a small number in the top right every time you make it light up, as you said, and it currently says 33, and it's got a little percent sign next to it.
What does that number mean?
So, what does it do?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what it does. What matters is that we
Shade says
have
try
it.
to call a Chinese restaurant.
Can we order
Oh
takeout?
wait, is there like an emergency call thing? I wonder.
Is this like emergency on
Can't, yeah, out of character, there is a spot where you can click like call emergency contact, but it's in gibberish language, so you don't know what
Just
it
start
says.
tapping around randomly on the screen.
Yeah, that's Nell's just like tap tap, like, oh, these do things. Tap 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 tap. tap.
So as you're, repeatedly locking the phone out for longer and longer, you do hit call emergency contact, which for you is, it just says gibberish, but it is one of the bigger buttons on the screen, so it's surprising it took you this long to press it.
That's right.
And the screen goes really dark, not black, not off, but really dark for a second before a couple of colorful buttons or lights show up, and you see a weird symbol. It's a phone symbol, but like a weird symbol, and you hear like a.
I did something.
What is that noise?
What is it doing?
It's
don't
the
know.
box.
And you feel this weird wave of energy, and in a good 15-foot radius around you, there's this. Tafris, you'd almost recognize it as like the high-level Wall of Force spell, but it's not quite that aggressive, and it's just kind of all of the color has been drained, and there's like a weird warping effect on everything around you. Even looking at each other, it's like you've been put in some weird energy bubble.
That's probably not good.
And you hear just gibberish on the other side of the phone, and it sounds panicked. It's like
It sounded like what that fucker was talking about.
In common.
Animal
Do you
Crossing
speak common?
Do. And it hangs up.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know
I don't
why,
think
but I feel
cool.
like that was rude.
Who was in there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is it like
Are
a
there
sending
people
stone?
trapped?
And that
in
little
here?
bubble you were in is gone.
Oh.
Are there people in there, or is it like?
You think they're trapped like a phylactery?
That would be
Pieces
fun.
of them?
Maybe if we break it, then we let out what's inside.
No, but we need to keep it intact so it causes more disruption or whatever.
Exactly.
I suppose.
And so we can make the number bigger.
We do need to make the number bigger.
Yes, let's make the number bigger.
At one point, you hit a little button in the bottom left, and the screen gets rid of all of the symbols and buttons and things, and all of a sudden you're looking at everybody's feet.
What did you do?
Did you freeze you froze something in time?
What?
It's like you froze time. Look,
You just capture our
No,
souls in that box.
our souls are already gone, I'm pretty sure.
Other souls.
Oh. Oh, that. Unfortunately, that was humorous.
I do not have souls, I have wolves.
No, can Nell, like. It's a camera, but can Nell tell that it's, like, moving as they move?
Probably like as you're talking and through the excitement and stuff, you've been wobbling the phone, and the image inside of it is also moving around. It's probably a little bit angled, so now it's kind of like awkwardly positioned at Vulcan's crotch.
So it's
I
like
don't think it's time.
it takes the world and then puts
Takes
it smaller on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Or
it
are
like-
we
I want
just
to try.
looking at the world through the
Is it
phone?
like it's like a magnifying glass? Is this what the phone
doesn't-
sees?
It's like is it
Do you
like
think the
I think
phone's
it's
alive?
drawing a picture. You know how
I mean,
you
it is-
paint a scene? Maybe it's doing that.
Like you can see it,
Yeah.
but it
But like
moves.
faster.
But it,
It's like painting a scene, but you don't have to actually do it.
This certainly is marvelous technology.
looks up at Tafris with the camera. You still look bad from this angle. Back down.
Damn.
I want to
I
see
will
the
say,
phone.
Well, I guess the phone can appreciate tributing. Not that I have it.
displayed on the phone while you're playing with the little world that you've captured inside the phone, there is a big red button on the screen. Whether or not you will press big red button is up to you.
Hit the button,
There is
hit the button, hit the
Absolutely.
button. We love buttons. We love buttons.
So, while you're pointing it at Tafris and saying you look bad even from this angle, you accidentally press the button in your little bit of a chuckle to yourself, and the glare of Tafris is now frozen inside the phone, unmoving.
Tafris, I think I just stole your soul.
We don't have a soul.
No.
Edgy.
Now it's in the phone.
Use filters. Stop. Shade.
Starts putting Snapchat
Is it like-
filters on Tafris.
It's like a smaller me, but in the phone. It's like a
Oh,
picture, but faster.
do you think that we could? I want to see the phone.
Well, grab your hands.
Yeah. Take it.
He looks at. He's holding his big old minotaur hands.
Wabby wabby.
The phone fits probably like your finger probably covers the whole back of it.
Don't break this one.
Don't break the phone.
I won't.
And
We're gonna have to go to the Apple store. Oh, it's so annoying.
He's gonna do what he saw Nell do. He's pressing the red button. He's just kind of holding it up in the air and looking around with it.
Yeah, every time you press the button, the little world inside the phone freezes for a second, and then it goes back, and you can see where you're now pointing the phone afterwards.
And he's looking at all the other little buttons on the screen and just kind of clicking some of them.
Yeah, at some point you've applied like a black and white filter and zoomed in really close, so there's like a really pixelated black and white seagull in the bottom left corner, really small, you know, where the photos kind of get put for a moment while you're still taking pictures. And eventually you've pressed the button enough times that a little white box appears on screen, and you see 128 and then more gibberish language.
I don't know what that means.
And there is a red triangle with a red exclamation point in it.
That's a smaller number. It's probably not good.
Probably not.
And that red triangle looks threatening.
You should hit the red. Can you press the red triangle?
He'll press it.
The screen goes black.
Oh no.
You broke it.
Give me the phone.
Hit the on button.
Hand it over.
It will attempt
Believe it or not,
to-
this was supposed to be a quick encounter.
No, I love this.
You cannot count out how much like menaces we are.
I honestly, honest to God, like I was expecting you to like, you know, intimidate in whatever. I did not expect the immediate snatch and move on.
Of course we're taking the phone. He's like,
guy,
look at this cool thing I have. Of course we're taking it. We love taking stuff.
I never realize how jarring it is when I do it as Kalile until it happens to me, and I'm like, oh, this is what it's like.
Yeah, we're gonna press the button, the one that turns it on.
The screen comes back on, and you are met with those 10 numbers, you know, 1 through 9 and then a 0. And the picture that was on the back of Atmo and the little baby Atmo is no longer there. It is just black.
Shit.
And the big number that you were like, yay, big number, get bigger, is now at 16,438.
Oh my god.
And counting
That is a really big number.
I think we've done a very good job.
What's the small number now?
32.
Okay, can I make try and piece together what I know to be its battery draining somehow? Like number gets smaller the longer we use it. Perhaps that is a timer of some sort.
Go ahead and make
How long
an
phone can be
intelligence
used.
saving throw just to see.
Saving throw?
I mean,
Or
you
check.
can do an ability check if you want. Just if you
I
have
mean,
saving
no,
throw,
I-
you might get proficiency. So it's
Yeah,
fine.
no, I'll take it. I don't know. I meant
Um,
like a saving throw, just an intelligence check, because I don't know which it would be.
I was gonna either one. I was gonna give you saving throw so you could get the proficiency bonus. But,
I'll fucking take it.
yeah. Go for it. But because like the idea of like not word for word the mechanics, but the idea of spell levels and the amount of energy it takes to cast a
That's
spell.
a
And
17.
and the more spells you use, the less energy you have for other spells. And there is, arcane technology that has the same principles of like, arcane-based lights can only be on for so long before they have to stop and recharge and everything like that. So as you guys have been messing with this phone thing and, using its quote-unquote energy, whether it's a living creature or some arcane technology or whatever, you're using its energy and that number, which you guys know what numbers are. You're intelligent enough to know basic math and numbers and stuff. Seeing that number go down, you can assume that the energy is being used, since it's the only number on here that's actually going down versus up. So.
Oh, I see. Okay, so
maybe you're charging up something with that big number that keeps getting bigger.
Okay. So this number is like, I think it's like if the more we use it, the more it goes down, and I think if it goes down, that like power thing he said happens, and then we can't use it.
Oh.
So we shouldn't use it too much. Perhaps we can find a way to charge it however we do that.
I love bonding via foreign technology. Who would have thought that would bring this group together?
It was bonding through bullying a nerd, okay? I might be a wizard, but I'm not a fucking nerd.
How is their long-distance data plan? This is a trans-dimensional, trans-universal phone. They don't have to worry about data plan.
Also, Vulcan's looking at the device that you pushed him over and took.
Yeah.
But the big number, I think we should still try and make it bigger.
Yeah, so for out of character, just to get a visual aid on it, it very much looks like your very stereotypical sci-fi alien-like laser gun. Vulcan obviously doesn't know what that is, but that is what it looks like.
Vulcan, hold on. Star Trek.
Oh my god.
Vulcan Death Grip.
I don't know who that is.
We can't even use that one. Ugh, we should have bullied him harder into letting us have access.
And something else I want to point out now that you've had a little bit of a calm down from the excitement of playing with the phone thing. When you're holding the phone and passing it around, that cold feeling that you got in your chest lets up just a little bit. And Vulcan, you get that same feeling when you're looking at and examining the other object that you took.
So when we don't have the phone, it lightens, or when we do have it?
When you're holding the phone, it lightens up a little bit. It doesn't go away, but you can feel it lessen just the slightest bit. It's so slight that you couldn't notice it until you had a moment to kind of calm down and reflect on it. So like the excitement of playing with it, you couldn't notice it, but now that it's like, oh, we don't want to drain, all of the power out of it. You're taking a second. You can feel there's a difference.
Well, I guess we don't actually need to use them. We just need to have them.
Using real life souls.
I suppose not. I kind of wonder what this thing does, though.
And he's just kind of looking the strange thing over and seeing if he can get it to do anything.
So are you obviously you said you're like looking it over, but are you messing with it in any way? Are you poking it? Are you swinging it around? Are you hitting it on something like it's a rock or like what?
You seeing if there's
any
fancy like buttons like the phone had?
Okay, so
anything on it that moves?
So there is a couple parts that move. There is a little pointy stick with a ball at the end on the very end of it that moves around, kind of just like a loose doorknob almost. It just kind of spins in circles. There is a couple little wires. I mean, antennas are not foreign to Telestransia, so there's a couple little antenna like looking things on the top that you can kind of move and bend. And kind of the most interesting, it has a little bit of resistance to it, is that down where the kind of that little 90 degree where the little bulbous part meets the more rectangular part is a little hook looking type of button. It's the trigger, a button that when you press on it, there's a point where it stops, but you're able to fully push it down and nothing happens. But it's got a little bit of a click, a little bit of resistance to it.
The sleigh button.
Maybe it's kind of like a crossbow.
My bite and blast. Yeah, it does. Giving it an examination, it does kind of have a little bit of crossbow vibe to it.
But where does the bolt go?
Maybe at the top. That's the kind of the pointy edge.
He'll kind of tap it and see if anything happens.
Nothing. You think maybe that access he was talking about might be what's missing from like the final step of whatever this is?
Do you think he's gotten far?
Probably. I've been messing around with the phone for a while.
I think we could bully him and get into giving us the access.
Probably if we tried hard enough. But we have to find him first.
Let's look around.
Remember what? Do we see what direction he went?
Yeah, he kind of went northeast, that direction you kind of originally pulled him from. Kind of disappeared behind the vegetation. Okay, so you guys have been sitting here messing with the phone and the gun for a little bit. So you can definitely go look for him, but you would also know that he could have gotten very far in this time, depending on if he, kind of just made a straight shot away. But go ahead and make some investigation checks.
Give a little look around,
Go ahead and make some investigation checks.
Investigation.
A skill I'm good at.
17.
And who has the phone right now, just so I know?
I have the phone.
Tafris has it.
That is a 19. Protecting it. I have my phone in my case. I don't want to drop it.
Okay. Sorry, 19 for Tafris, or?
Yeah, 19.
17 for Vulcan.
17. Okay. So you guys are wow. My tongue fell out of my mouth for a second. So you guys are trekking through, and now you're kind of caught up in all of the vegetation that kind of keeps slapping you in the face. You like nature, but sometimes it annoys you. But Vulcan, you and Tafris, you guys are going through and searching a little bit, and you hear above you in the trees the snapping of branches and a very quick as falling down on top of you, Tafris, is Atmo, who lands square on the top of your head and reaches out for the phone.
I'm holding it.
I need you to make a strength saving throw for me.
Okay, I'm not too worried about that. I'll be real. Against this guy, I got an 18.
So he, with a 2, fully whiffs and just kind of grabs the scaly meat of your thumb, but he does crack you upside the head with it looks like an upside down fishbowl that's on his head. He didn't have it on earlier and you don't know where it came from, but it does crack into your head and you do take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as he just kind of falls like a rock onto your head. But then he soon after kind of flops off of you as, your head's not really big enough to fully hold him, but he kind of falls to the ground. Alright. Evacuate. Plan B didn't work. Get out of here.
I'm casting Mode of Fury on him. Oh my god.
Alright.
I need a wisdom save.
Okay.
Better not be wise. I'll be upset about it.
It doesn't matter if he's wise, that's a 3. Natural 3, so.
Alright, yeah. So, what would be the best one for this? I guess. Approach. Yeah, so just come back.
Okay, so he makes it not even 5 feet. He just got off the ground and kind of spat dirt out of his mouth before he stops and turns towards you. Oh, dang it.
Okay, and then somebody who's strong, and by someone who's strong, I mean the person in the party who's strong should restrain him.
Yeah, Vulcan is gonna essentially push him over and then put his hoof on his back.
Yeah, there's no rolls needed. There's no way he's going to be able to beat you.
Please just give me my phone back.
I'm not gonna do the damage because I don't want to fucking kill him until he gives us access. Anyway.
He's just a little pig astronaut, please. He's actually really fucking cute.
You're giving us access to your weapon.
I will not. You cannot make me.
We can.
Yeah, you probably can, but please don't.
I think we're going to.
Nell's just gonna go sit by his head.
Give us access.
Very close.
Okay. I need my phone to give you access.
Give him the phone down. Trust this little shit.
Check.
Yeah, trust this little bitch.
Okay.
Give him the phone. I will not remove my hoof. He can't go anywhere.
God damn it. 18.
Why are you saying god damn it? That's good. I got a 4.
Because I rolled a 7.
So
but my modifier's 11, so.
Yeah. It looks like he's honest. Obviously he's distressed. He has a minotaur standing on him, and his phone and his totally not a gun has been stolen from him. But it seems like
I just realized that
his phone
we
to
locked him out of his phone and also potentially erased all of the data. So he's not giving it to us either way.
You can probably use it without you removing your foot.
Yes.
So, question. So we made the number really big on it. That's good, right?
Oh my god, how big?
There's a 1 and there's a 6. And there's a lot of other numbers after that.
Oh, can I please just see it? I can't go anywhere. Just
Yeah, I'll hold it in front of his face and turn it on.
And so you click the screen. He goes, "Wait, where's my baby's picture?" Oh gosh. And he like scans it. He's like, "Okay, it's still got 32% battery, so that's oh my god." How did you manage to lock me out for 400 years in 10 minutes? I don't even know if that's actually possible what you've just done.
That's a good thing, right?
the only way I could give you access is if I have to override the security with a different password and then reset the phone and make sure I can still even get into the Authority app.
Okay. I don't know what that means.
You have to actually give me the phone so that I can do all the steps to give you access.
You're not gonna try anything, right?
I can't try anything unless I reset the phone anyway.
I mean, try anything to escape.
My arms are the same length as one of your fingers. I've kind of given up on the whole escaping thing.
I don't know what that phone can do. You have like a escape button.
Whatever that is.
It's an app.
I don't know. He said Authority app. I was kind of just going with it.
Right.
So there's obviously authorities in the phone.
No,
Okay,
it's
fine.
just something to give you authority to the gun. It's just a list of people's names, and then I scan your DNA. Not that I think you know what it is, but I scan your DNA, and then it checks your DNA to make sure that you're the person in the app so that you can fire the phone. There's no people.
We heard like a voice coming out of it.
Okay, good. It's still got signal at least. Which, if it's still got signal, I can give you access, call the person I need to talk to, just like a Sending Stone, and then you guys can keep the phone and I can still get out of here, okay? You guys win, alright? You just gotta let me do what I gotta do.
Give us access.
I'll hand over the phone.
Okay. He unlocks it and you see him put in a, 16-digit password that then unlocks the
400
phone.
years.
While he's doing that, Nell is going to look up at Vulcan and just tap her head and kind of give the signal of, yo, telepathic.
Yeah, you will speak telepathically.
Yes.
If he calls who he needs to, what's stopping them from bringing reinforcements?
And we just killed him.
Glad we're on the same page.
Yes.
Okay, so he unlocks the phone with a very long override password that gets through the basic security, and he does indeed, well, not that you guys can really tell, the entire phone is in a different a language from a different universe, basically, so it is completely compositionally different, so it's all basically just, funny little pictures to you. But he presses a little square, surrounded by a bunch of other little squares, and you see him start typing in some words. What are your guys' names? I can translate it after I know.
I am
Tafris.
Vulcan Vanderhoof.
Hi. Tafris,
No.
Vulcan, Nell. Do you mind? I need to just... he kind of plucks one of the hairs off of your leg, Vulcan.
May I have many?
I'll need a sample from Tafris as well as Nell.
I hope you don't need hair.
No, just any sort of bodies. Yeah.
Just like take off a scale or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Make it work. Rip.
If you just want to shave off like a part of your claw, that would work too. Whatever's least painful, I guess.
Doesn't Carl just rip off a scale and hand it over?
Right. Just plucks hair.
Cool. All right. You now have access, and can I
Immediately.
Can I show you how to use it so that you don't hurt yourself, at least?
Yeah. I'm taking the phone away from him after he gives us access, but we'll let him show us how to use the gun first. And then we'll kill him with it.
Yeah, you take the phone and you give him the funny little object back, and you see he does.
He's gonna try to kill us with it.
He raises it up and points it at a tree, and then says something in a language you don't understand, and from the phone, that 15-foot radius weird warbly forms, and he says another thing in another language, and he is gone, the phone is gone, and the gun is gone.
Yeah, could have seen that one coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird dunces.
Oh, what?
Should have seen that one coming.
Where did he go?
Probably
Got
back where
away,
he
that's
came
what he
from.
did.
Shortly afterwards, literally seconds afterwards, a small, not that your characters would necessarily know what it is, but just, again, for visual input, basically a, almost black hole or, stardust vortex kind of thing opens, and spat out from it is a slightly different looking, but still very similar, you heard him call it a gun, and there's a little piece of paper tied to it with a little string, and it kind of just plops onto the ground.
The paper, so...
So it's written not in perfect common, but it does say, "I keep promise, authorized to use."
He's gonna pick it up and he'll try and press the funny button again. You just pointed at a
Play
tree.
button.
So pointing it at a tree, kind of being a little bit safer about it, you press the button, and a bright white beam comes out of it and hits the tree, and it kind of explodes on contact and knocks the tree down.
Oh,
Basically, like, cuts the tree off wherever you shot it.
that is very interesting.
I still wish we had kept the phone, but this is a pretty good replacement.
Yes.
Well, hopefully it'll still cause issues. I don't think we have any of that here, anyway.
Probably not. I think I could cause some issues with this.
Oh, certainly.
I suppose I will hang on to it for now, but if either of you want to use it, just tell me and I'll hand it to you.
I have my spells, you can keep it.
I love casting spells.
All yours.
He will, using his, I guess he'll use the rope that's around his waist that is essentially his belt, and kind of holster it there.
Yeah, easily enough. So yeah, you guys have maybe 30 minutes left to get to Bestier. You're pretty much right outside of town, so there's kind of the hope that, you're not going to get swamped by strange authority figures trying to wonder what all the noise was, but unless you guys have anything else you want to do beforehand, you guys will finish up the last of your journey to Bestier.
Yeah.
So, we're not going to go on for too much longer, but I do kind of want to get you guys into the town. But so you guys arrive at Bestier, and this is kind of the shoreline. The image on Owlbear is kind of like the shoreline view. The town itself is very, kind of old-fashioned island dock type thing. The houses are, some of them are kind of built going out into the water on stilts. There is, there's about 3 very large, there's one super large building, and then there's 3 kind of medium-sized buildings, and then a bunch of these like family shacks, basically. There's kind of people walking all about. A lot of children are running around playing in the sand, catching little hermit crabs and stuff like that. You see a couple people are pulling in nets that are full of kelp and seaweed and things like that. Someone seems to be, outside with this giant cooking pot, cooking up a huge vat of like clams and shellfish and things like that. And walking through, it's pretty easy since it's one of the only large buildings in town. It's pretty easy to find the town's inn, which is aptly named Best Earn Town. And going inside, you find that there's actually quite a few people working behind the desk. There's a couple of elven people, there is a tiefling, there's a kobold, and they all seem to be wearing the same kind of uniform. It's just kind of simple black clothing with a little red ascot. And they're kind of going around serving different people at tables and stuff like that. There seems to be, the kobold specifically is behind the desk on like a little bit of a raised step. And seems to be reading over a ledger. Oh, this is the guest. Welcome. Would you like to check in?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Alright, we have 2 rooms available on the first floor. Free access to the neighboring restaurant and other town amenities. The second floor, we have 5 rooms available, but no amenities, and then 3rd floor is completely vacant, but you have extra charge.
Which the doors you like.
Amenities. I love amenities. There's only 2
Amenities?
rooms.
Great.
Who doesn't get the amenity?
We could share a room.
We could.
Why not?
I like having a place to be by myself. You 2 can take the amenities, I'll just stay on the 2nd floor.
Alright. I mean, me and Nell could share a room, and you could have one.
I'm alright with that.
You wanna sleep with him, sleep in the same room with him, put up with his snoring, be my ghost?
We've already done that once or twice.
It'll be different in a closed room.
I'll
Not me
figure
up
it
in there.
out.
Well, it's your last sleep.
So for the 2 rooms, that will be 3 characs a night. 6 characs total a night for the 2 rooms. Comes with the restaurant food, the salt-free bathhouse, the laundry services.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, yeah, why
Kind
not?
of seems to be
we are
awaiting something.
we are new in town. You could certainly spare some expense for us, yes?
And
I'm
with
afraid we
that,
have-
I am going to use Smooth Talker.
Alright. Remind me what it is, please.
So as an action, I can make a persuasion or deception check on a creature within 15 feet. It has to make a contested insight check, and on a successful check, it is charmed the target's charmed for up to 10 minutes and regards me as a friend. And it ends early if they're damaged, or if they're already hostile towards us, they have advantage on the check. And
Are we gonna have issues after it ends?
And once the effect ends, they're immune for the next 8 hours.
We'll just deal with that next session.
We'll figure it out.
You'll deal with it next session.
I mean,
We don't know
his
you.
role.
they don't necessarily know that they are magically influenced or anything.
They're just like, why the fuck are you here? Because
Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck
Wait a
are
second.
ya? I asked you first.
are
I asked you
you?
second.
What's my... Okay, plus 6. So...
I could probably quote that entire video. But
22.
He got a 21, man. I suppose a bit of a discount. I will, since you are doubling up in the room anyway, I will only charge you for one room. So 6 chairs a night.
Sounds reasonable.
3 chairs, sorry, I can't do math.
Yeah.
Alright, if you don't mind offering up the payment, I will go grab all the room keys and lead you to your rooms.
We'll hand over the payment.
Alright, he grabs the chairs and disappears for a little bit, putting them somewhere unknown, undisclosed, and returns afterwards with 2 very rustic-looking keys and passes them to you two. If you would like to follow me this way, I'll show you the room.
Yeah.
Follow.
Room time.
Alright. Your rooms are pretty far apart from each other. One of them is a little bit closer to the lobby. It is there, so there's like the large lobby area where people seem to be getting, you know, hotel food and things like that. You know, very simple meals, but, you know, not quite the seafood, which seems to be what's offered everywhere else here. So there's like the main lobby area, then there's like a little bit of a little corridor, and then on the other side of that corridor, through another door, is the actual like room area, and one of the rooms is pretty close to the front part of that, pretty close to the lobby and everything, and then the other one is pretty far back near the staircase that leads up to the 2nd floor.
Epic. Mickey. It's a good game. It's actually not a good game, it kind of sucks, but, you know, I liked it. Because I had no taste when I was a child.
Valid.
Due to the group's timing, big friend here, he kind of pats you on the side, Vulcan, up about your elbow is about as high as he can reach. Due to the timing that you're here, I can assume that you're here for the aquarium expedition? Travelers?
Indeed.
Well, I hope you have fun and safe journeys. I have seen what they've brought in to bring people down to the depths, and I don't think I'd want to go there myself, but it seems like an adventure for sure.
Yes. Thank you, friend.
Of course. Whenever you all are hungry, just bring your room key with you, show them the quality of the key that indicates you on the 1st floor, and you will be allowed access to the amenities that you need, the restaurant, the laundry, and the salt-free baths, and they will let you in for free and give you all of the things that you need for that.
Good.
Alright, well, if you need any help, you can ask me or any of the other workers, and we will get right to it. If anything is wrong with the room, or if you need extra sheets or anything like that, enjoy.
Thank you.
Kind of hear a little slap as he runs back out to the lobby. Shoeless little kobold man.
Well, I'm going to take some time to decompress after dealing with that. I don't even remember his name.
How dare.
Yes. Sounds like a plan.
Reconvene in the morning.
Sounds good. I will try not to snore too loud. But I do warn I also get gassy. So, yeah.
Great.
Well, I did offer to stay on a different floor, but you didn't want to hear it.
Nell's gonna spend some time in Druidcraft, like little sprigs of cotton.
Easily enough, you
in their ears.
You get some sprigs of cotton as well as like a waxy plant to kind of insulate it, so you make pretty effective earplugs. But you have that for free. But yeah, so you guys get to your rooms and get settled in. They're pretty nice. You know, considering the price of them, they're pretty well set up. You know, the beds are actually proper beds and are pretty comfortable. It's not just like straw on a wooden rack. The windows give you a very nice view into the kind of shoreline, the crag that mixes with the sand and things like that. You know, it's a little noisy. You can kind of hear the hustle and bustle of town, but, you know, not really much you can do about that. But yeah, outside of being able to hear, you know, the people outside your window and stuff, you seem pretty well soundproofed from your neighbors, as well as any of the employees going around, things like that. So you're able to get settled in nicely, and I believe that is where we will call it for tonight. We went on a little long, but I wanted you guys to get the best ear.
Hell yeah.
We are menaces.
We are.
We lost a phone.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the whole point, but we are menaces.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
This is supposed to be a 5-minute encounter. We spent a 1 hour fucking with the phone.
It is so on brand though, and I love it so much.
Yeah.
This is the one time, and probably not the only time, you bring Tarfus down to like the same level of like, I don't know what the fuck this thing is, because it's just so completely like, what the hell? Big number good? Hold on.
Big number good, small number maybe
A
good.
bunch of Unga Bunga cavemen surrounding a small
Real.
picture box.
Picture box.
There's like 500 selfies of Nell.
Funny picture
Selfies.
box.
It's.
They flipped it around so it's like they can't see their face on the thing.
Yeah, you can figure out how to like flip to the front camera, so you just had to turn the phone around.
Give a 5-year-old a phone.
I want to let you know this is the only thing I had in my notes for that.
The universality.
I love him. You guys both.
In exchange for putting him in the direction of powerful energy, yeah, we definitely did that.
Uh-huh.
Listen, that was before the set. That was what's been planned for 3 weeks. I told you I
And you
wasn't
know what?
expecting you guys to immediately steal it.
Of course we would. He's a fucking
I love
nerd.
it.
We had to.
It's great.
You
guys
so
have
small.
so many gems now.
Hell yeah.
But actually, I have to give you access to the weapon
Leave
before
him
you use it.
alone. He's a pig.
Give me back my phone.
Oh, it's okay. It wasn't plot either. It's just,
I need that to get back.
considering you've effectively, you know, broke the paradigm of this reality, you now have a lot of wild shit that can happen.
Good.
We're so cool.
Sold our souls. Severed
Good luck,
our
have fun, don't die.
Don't die because you'll be able to come back.
I don't believe that. I would have to double check the deep lore notes, but I do not believe that Galligantia has the powers of revival.
Nope. Oh well.
Also, does Cal have laser gun?
Yes, you do have laser gun.
Do you think Samashi could hook us up as if Samashi would talk to this us?
No.
So we want to get Samashi involved in what we're doing. Actually, they're pretty good at the exact thing we want to do. Yeah,
Yes,
it's the person controlling your son in like several thousand years, but now I'm back here controlling someone completely different and also worse. Yeah, so you want to hook us up?
Listen, you thought Lori was bad. This one's worse. I don't know what I'm going to tell you about that one, but...
We're all like 50 Loris combined, and you take out everything good and just leave like the impulsiveness.
I am gonna let you have one little downer and let you know that this was another encounter you could have had. Balloon jumping competition. This is a very serious campaign, guys.
I'm so happy we got to bully that motherfucker. It was fun.
You also got to meet very hot, clearly objectified Dragon Man.
Good.
It's
definitely
unfortunate.
does want to go back.
It's unfortunate. Oh.
Oh.
But yes.
Sorry, my aunt is here.
You're good.
Yeah, she's singing it.
Yeah, we'll be finished up in a few minutes. Vulcan, I will get the specs on your gun to you before next session because you did try it out, so there's no reason you wouldn't, you know, understand what it does.
Cool.
The lightning rod, you will have to play around with that a little bit more and see if you can figure out what it does. The insulated robes are similar, and then the rest of the stuff you have, you kind of already know what it does. So, yeah.
Alright, cool. So, Cordy, give me level up.
You did.
It's because we found the phone.
I like to believe the phone is what
you have evolved to the informational age and now know what a phone is. No, you make significant progress within the grand machinations of the universe. No, but agreeing to even meeting with, you were gonna level up this session anyway, but especially after meeting with and talking to Paradigm, you definitely get a little bit of a level up.
Paradigm had to get nailed, didn't they?
Well, so obviously not to be too over the table, but it was it wasn't quite a saving throw or anything. It was basically it was luck, but it was also like who's got the most resistance to whatever the fuck it is that Paradigm is doing, and Nell rolled a natural 1, so
yeah,
you were the least resistant basically.
Vulcan would be like, what? Who the fuck? What?
Good morning, welcome to my sacrifice.
What is happening? Who are you?
Dude, no, if I was camping with someone and I woke up and they were like, guys, we can break the world, I spoke to extra universal forces, I'd be like, have you been taking your meds, hon?
No.
Oh my god.
Like, it's okay.
Blood
take a breath.
Down the arm. There's sizzles all over the floor. Don't worry about it. I got this. I drank water this morning. I promise.
I promise.
Hello. Hello.
Do I take a barbarian level or a commoner level?
It's up to you, my man. But yeah. It is after midnight, so if we can want to do level up stuff off of stream so that we can chat and go to bed. Slash players who want to level up later can go to bed. We shall do that.
We shall bid you farewell, and we will see you on Friday.
Night chat.
Night chat.